I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers. I am Raidiant here with Zobi as we're about to bring you round 6 Swiss stage here. Invert goes down though. Don't fake even on the plant. A beautiful clutch. My God. You not even looking the right way. The swing gets a shot. Actually making noise. First bullet was like, what is this? The ace for Kobe to bring it all back. Beautiful read by NP. Up and over. Hook some up. Landy has nowhere to go. Hope he can be looking the right way. Just look the.
One enemy remaining.
Perfect. What was the switch? Oh my God, the style point! They've actually called the omen away already. But off is going to be Sin here. This is a big frag. But Invert's going to come out on top. Spike is planted, but it's going to be Invert coming in. Can they keep the game alive? Yes, they can. Landy to take their team all the way to the main event with a final round. Spike's already on the fast. Oh, it's going to be the collateral for the Red Bull Clark Himmers. Find themselves locked into the main event. The thing is on. Oh my gosh, they are just going back and forth with you. Oh, it's the win!
Enemy down.
This has to go in combat mode now.
Haven, I mean, look at this opening kill.
Carly being swarmed in there. Firm. Tails off. Sober Sushi's gonna get her tail. Sushi gets one and a fourth one for Fate.
And while they're forced off, it's
No safe place to stand, and you didn't even see it.
slow. I like it. One enemy walked down. Disrespectful. The judge and a stun, and that's gonna be game.
In a dominant 13-2 fashion, fighters take down MVSK and find themselves rolling on to the main event.
Hey everyone, welcome to Verizon Game Changers America Edition, and we are gonna be we gotta be bringing you the last 2 matches of the Swiss stage because dreams are ending here, Vansili.
Yeah, we're already into like what the matches number 7 right now, going to the Swiss stage, 5th week going on overall. And unfortunately though, as we have our 2 upcoming last matches, we're gonna have to say goodbye to one of the orgs actually that signed into the 2nd Swiss stage. That being said, it is going to be the Sad Otters / Sentinels versus Cloud9 GC. That's going to be a tough one, but as we're going to talk about that in a second here, here's what you've missed throughout the last few weeks, throughout the last few matches in this Swiss stage number 2. I think overall though, Lemon Kiwi, if you're looking at all the teams that qualified so far, nothing really pops off in terms of like, oh my God, there's been some huge huge losses for some teams, some huge upsets. But overall, I think the first upset is going to be in the matchups today.
I'm upset that the teams that we have here are still in a qualifying position. Like, there's teams like Catface, Cloud9, every single team that is playing today. Here's the schedule on your screen, by the way. The level of talent here. Pretty much every single player has either been to playoffs, has been a mainstay in GC. They had years and years of GC history, and they may not see the main event, which, just a reminder, the winner of playoffs, aka the main event, goes to GCC, and then there's points that matter and stuff like that, but a lot of teams don't have enough points, so getting to the end of GC2 is for all the marbles.
Exactly. So going into this one too, the first matchup that we have for all the marbles into the main event, this is a C9 GC versus Sen Otters. And the thing about this though, it is a rematch. These 2 teams played against each other in the past. The only change going into this one, of course, is that Cloud9 GC actually changed a little bit of their players. There was 2 of them that went over to play with different teams, so they had to pick up new players going into this stage, which is basically Uni that has played with Ghost Gaming in the past, and then Lily, who also hasn't really played an official until this year, since 2024. So that is going to be the thing that I like about this so far is when you think about a player like Lily coming into the roster, it's like, oh crap, this is going to be tough. You know, Cloud9 GC are going to have to find their footing, get used to things again. And quite unfortunately, it has been the case when they fought their last matches, which is why they find themselves in this position. But in the last 2 games that they played, it does look like that Lily and Uni has fit in quite nicely with the old Ghost Gaming core of Gia, Marceline, and Seri together here to hopefully go on a run against a tough opponent.
Yeah, this is the ghosts of Game Changers past, because 3 of them were on that Ghost Gaming roster, finishing 3rd in GC1. They've been at the doorstep of the championship, and as you can tell by the pictures, they're all holding hands, because Cloud9 GC, what a banner to represent. And we've heard from Gia in the interview that we had earlier in the Swiss stage of just how excited but also how nerve-wracking it is for these players to represent Cloud9, because not only, like I said, is this huge org, but this org has history when it comes to GC of being at the very, very top. So you do not want to be missing playoffs after bringing Cloud9 back to GC, but who stands in their way are Sen Otters, and Sentinels took note of the level of talent on this roster.
That's the crazy part too, because when you look at both of these rosters from Sen Otters and also Cloud9 GC, they're also two teams that have had such good runs in the past stages of this year, and even in the past when you're looking at deep runs or whatnot. So it's like, okay, well, there's good partnerships going on between you know, the Blue Otters and Sentinels for this roster overall, but again, they find themselves in this position, which is unfortunately one of these teams going home. And the crazy part about this for Sen Otters, though, is that ever since they got picked up by the Sentinels team and they had this partnership between the two organizations, they've been sticking around together for quite a long time throughout this year. So this means to me that usually if you're putting the reps in and you have to practice in and you have the support to make sure that you could focus on the scrims, focus on the practice, and hopefully be one of those top contenders going to the stage, you put yourselves in a position right now where you lose and you go home, and unfortunately you're too short to be able to fit or to make it to GCC, because I'm not too sure in terms of points, but I don't think Sen Otters also have enough points to really qualify into the GCC at the end of this year. So it is really a do or die. You have to win it all right now to at least make it to the main stage.
And Sen Otters, they've done it once before, top 6 last stage, same roster. They're not chasing their first breakthrough, they're chasing the next one. And we're going to be chasing this map set as well. This is still a best of 3. Let's see where everybody landed. The most important thing is both these teams hate Breeze, so at least there's something they can agree on. Lotus being Cloud9's most picked map. The Summit pick here is what's interesting for Sen Otters, because Split has been their most picked map, but they're trying to throw a curveball here.
That's why I think at the end of the day, if you're thinking about it from Sen Otters' point of view, they're kind of winning the vetoes right now, right? Because Split is going to be the decider no matter what. So with both teams not liking Breeze, you have a similar map pool as a coaching staff, and also the team over at Sen Otters. It's like, okay, well, we could actually really band this stuff into our favor. So right now, Lotus being that first map picked by Cloud9, I think it's fine. I think Sen Otters goes into this matchup saying, we might not have a deep map pool. We might lose Lotus going into this BO3, but we should be still very comfortable into Summit and Split. For C9's side, when they get to choose here, Lotus as their main map, it has been their best map going into the stage, which is very nice. And then Summit, you have to give them credit where they have tried at least to play it, and also tried to get the reps week after week. They played it twice. They haven't had the best of results either, but they're still trying to make sure that, you know, the deadlock that they picked going to this matchup could work out if they're able to continue with the practice into this game. But I have a feeling, I should have a feeling right now that for Summit, C9 should be coming out with a new comp for this one.
Yeah, Sen Otters had such good success against such a good team like Catface, 13-6, and it wasn't even their map pick. They're like, oh, I guess we are fragging out on this one, so yeah, why not bring it back? And then you have former teammates facing off against each other, Battison versus Sari, who they were on Team TV in GC2 last year, and that was kind of one of the first big teams that Sari was on, so it's like Grasshopper versus Mentor situation, if you will. But we start off on Lotus, which is going to be Cloud9's pick, so that's a good comfort one to start off on.
And that's the thing for Sen Otters. And when I talked about here, Cloud9 maybe should come out with a new comp on Summit because the reps hasn't been looking into their favor in terms of playing the deadlock in their comp. I'm thinking something similar for Sen Otters as well, because if you're looking at how they're playing their Lotus game, they've only played it once, but they tried to go for a double duelist look with a flash. So I think very similar to like a run it down style of Paper X, but it was very well stopped by Axolotl in the past, where even Axolotl, if you haven't been watching their games, they've also stepped away from like a Starbound one-trick pony on a chamber. They've actually went on to playing a little bit more of a meta by playing some Vice or whatnot. And if you're looking at it, Sen Otters are going to opt for that. So you get the reps against playing the Axolotl comp, and then you say, maybe this might work out in our favor. Let's go into this style right now too, with Battison at the point as is Raze. I'm okay with it, Lemon Kiwi, because I think Battison in the past, I think about them being very excellent as a chamber on Pearl in the past, for example. But I think here, when it comes down to firepower and somebody that needs to lead the way and lead the charge for the attack, I think it's nice to have Battison in this duelist role.
Yeah, Madison has been excellent on entries, and when we go to Summit, I mean, they were 8-1 on those first kills to first deaths. So Lotus, though, is going to be Cloud9's playground, and none other than Marceline on the Neon, one of the best ones that we have in GC. Again, I'm stunned to even see the level of talent that we have in this matchup in round 7. The stakes are high. The loser will not be going to the main event, and the GCC dreams die here. 2 prestigious orgs joining us as well. They've recognized the level of skill that we have here. So Cloud9, this is your most practiced map. If you can't convert this one, the series may just go Sen Otter's way, like you said, based on just map set and comfort.
Exactly. So now the big test as well for Sen Otters is that, okay, well, you might have like a throwaway map being Lotus in this matchup here. So with this comp, we'll see if it works out. And they're going to test things, at least for Cloud9 at the beginning of this round, by adding a lot of pressure on this A side and to try to see for Lily if there's going to be an aggressive push out of Sen Otter for mid control. Sen Otter, although, are taking C Mount to start. So that is an opening for C9 to start taking.
Lily has only played Fade for the past 3 months. Like an absolute master at the initiator. You can trust her to play solo. You'll trust her to kind of keep an eye on the walk down at B, but already sensing some trouble at C. You don't even need to look at it to know that you just need to work the right side of the map. Already hearing those footsteps, Marceline loud and proud. The pistol round, Cloud9 set pace towards the A site. An immediate plant, immediate double jump up the ropes, and Invert is overwhelmed, isolated by the smoke. Gia, what a paranoia right through the heart of Sen Otters, who just got hit by a truck when it just comes to the well-coordinated push from Cloud9.
Unfortunate too, Avery is going to be very difficult for them and for Oasis to retake the map. You already have a contact play towards that front side for C9, so the plan's going to be easy.
Spike planted.
Now even the share shots are going to get the
standing.
tell of where Oasis is playing. I like the idea of what they're trying to do, though, Lemon Kiwi, at the start for this round for Sen Otters. They are trying to pressure towards the C side. It is kind of like a defaulty way if you're trying to bait out Vice walls at the beginning to start off on the C side. And C9 just pressured into the A hit once they heard the door open on that C mound, as they've already initially prowled at the beginning for Lily. The only thing for me that I didn't like about Sen Otter, though, was that the idea was clear that you wanted to play soft site. So you try to prevent the opponents from taking heaven control. But Invert put themselves in a wrong position here to be pinched by both drop and also on the rope with no real ways of flashing or delaying enough so that the rest of the rotate could come across and help out on Invert on the A side. So everybody just pretty much got overwhelmed on defense, and C9 takes the pistol.
You get a taste of the aggression that Cloud9 wants to bring to the table. Like, to have 2 go up ropes, to have 1 already throwing a paranoia at ramp. Like, you couldn't even digest the round before 3 were dead on the Sen Otter side. So, got hit in the mouth, got knocked out cold, and now the anti-eco being Cloud9's favor. An outlaw from Uni on the attacking side. That's really interesting. Going to be watching over just for that B walkdown. Clearly, they've done some homework on Sen Otters, trying to throw some curveballs in that direction. Having a more normal default. Not too much map control on the left side, but it's Sari that's going to feel out the right side.
Sarah should stop here because they've already eyed towards Mount and nobody shot the eye and prowled towards front B. You should have the idea that currently Sen Otters are stacking towards the A site. So it baffles me right now that C9 haven't even started to pressure on that C Mount yet. And finally they're going to do so with the Prowler. And I think it's just a little bit too late. I mean, Sari is going to do some damage, but we'll see what happens after.
Sari is 1v5ing right now. Like, if it wasn't for someone jumping around a corner with a classic, that will at least signal the rest of Cloud9 to pedal to the metal. And that's exactly why Marceline is on the Neon. She wants to overwhelm and really punish anyone that could be out of position, overextended, just being able to outspeed them. But for now, there's no one home. Thorns on the post plan. That's fantastic for Uni. And she'll have a great sightline with the Outlaw to watch now that the smoke has dissipated. Invert has kind of a high-low with Avery. No, they didn't immediately swing with each other. Low HP. It's just a firing range for Cloud9. And I mean, it was an uphill battle for Sen Otters when you had Sheriffs, you had Classics, and a long-range duel. So really clean round from Cloud9. Except, yeah, the anticipation of trying to push the map a bit more when Sari does so much distraction.
Especially when you're stacking on the A site, you should have some clear way to maybe drop some players without potentially dropping your own player, especially Sari's moving into the A side solo. even though I mentioned that C9 didn't really activate towards that mount in the first place, the good news, at least, the silver lining for Sari pushing into the A side and still getting a pick, she gets to communicate with the team that, oh wait, there's 3 players here, C side should be open. And then it confirms then, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, that there was a stack towards the A site, and C site was easy for C9 to take. So this round should be a little bit slower. They've invested it into the Outlaw to continue to scale across the map. So think about Uni of how she's going to try to open up here on this lurk potential.
Toxin screen down.
You know, this Outlaw's part of the picture, so I like that Sin Otters are not going to peek. They're just going to try and hold it down, but May, very aggressive, trying to kind of stop Sari in her tracks before she gets into tree, before she gets going. But now Cloud9 have hit their first wall. Oasis holding the corner. What an anchor as Invert has the cutoffs. Many angles for Sin Otters. They drop the spike and they drop Cloud9 at their feet to try and scratch the surface on their first buy-up.
It's not going to turn out too well for Cloud9 GC, at least for that shot was kind of clean. Not going to lie, nice one from Uni. But you're seeing how the gameplay, at least for this round, should have been some way to activate so that Uni, just like the previous round that I was trying to say, should be played as an insert. Set Otters are giving her so much space that she could keep playing towards the orb and try to cut rotates across and find her ones instead of walking into like a potential stack or a crossfire setup. And you need to maybe bait that wall on that C site, force the rotate so that the Outlaw could also get value. But none of that. So you didn't have a chance to get any value off Outlaw, off lurks, and that should change things for a bit. Maybe it's just one of those moments where C9's prepped to play against a double duelist, but they're like, oh crap, we're actually playing against a normal Lotus comp, so let's go into baiting the wall. And I'm hoping to see this right here. Bait the smoke, get the bully smoke into the C site, force the util in the first place, and then try to activate the map a little bit across the both extremities. I like this round for C9.
And I like that Sin Otters are conditioning them that they are just playing a more conservative defense. Ever since that pistol walk up on Mound, like Cloud9 are investing more util, but hey, C9 investing bullets into bodies. But the tree, oh May, almost took down 2. And this is the go-ahead for Cloud9, although they did miss their window to get into tree. It allows Sin Otters to reestablish on the A site and clear through that. So would be a chance to break into B, but looks like Cloud9 still gonna be happy about this one. Worst case, Steel Garden if you're really scared, but feeling like you have the numbers. Cloud9 waiting for the smokes to dissipate. A big cutoff for Avery, and Lily adjusts perfectly. That was a moment of panic, and they stay composed.
Exactly what you said. Even though it looks like for Sin Otters having a couple of players onto the A site, you still have so many numbers for Cloud9. So best case scenario, a 3 versus 1 on the A site. Marceline's cutting that push down towards the staircase and drop everybody there. And Oasis, in my eyes, should save their weapon instead of trying to go for some damage here. Because you already know here that their opponents are going to be able to buy this no matter what.
Pretty convincing showing for Cloud9.
I demand
Most of A success, a little bit of C. Now Sin Otters just have to recognize, okay, Sari's working the right side of the map. They've been able to punish that through breakable door. But can Sin Otters kind of have more of a push and pull? Can we have a mount fight? Can we set up a one-way? Can we get a bit creative? Because it feels like Cloud9 are able to control most of the map, and Sin Otters are just trying to react afterwards. And that worries me that C9 are playing too much of their own game.
The thing is, C9 went with 2 players on the A side too, so they could still do a lot of good conditioning so far for Sin Otters, where they kind of just have to guess around the map still on try to take map presence. So this changes a bit. Now I like this one coming out from Sin Otters. They had enough of playing a little bit of a passive defense to give so much space for C9, so let's move over and take rubble control. Now you have no choice here for C9 but to really go and try to break and bait this wall at the beginning.
Battis's role on these, ooh, nice shot. Role in terms of pressuring rubble. I like that Sin Otters are forcing more of an issue. Are just running on Sheriff, so you're kind of looking for those one taps, and Invert has been really good at catching the cross when C9 does go in. Already hearing footsteps of a speedy Neon. The wall comes up, Invert's looking for the one. Uni with some headshots. It's kind of hunting season for her.
Well done on these picks. It's very standard stuff going on for their side too. They're just trying to identify and C9 that is where the stacks could be. So
One enemy remaining.
quite easy to utilize towards the end, especially with the pressure on the A
30
side.
seconds left.
Now you finally have the opportunity for Uni to really get that outlaw activated, which what should have been that round number 2 when they had the outlaw invested in the the round number 3 when they had the outlaw invested in the bonus round. So at least it pans out for this side, and you're starting to see a very strong attack side.
Placing wall trap.
When Cloud9 have a better
We've been
buy,
there.
they are still not losing really too many members. It's either flawless or maybe dropping one member. So you can tell that this is Cloud9's most played map. The way that they are just executing every strategy, whether it's how they're getting into seed, baiting out the Vice wall. This is not their first rodeo, but Sen Otters are going to take them on a ride. Look at this 3-person push towards Mound. This Haunt may spot it, only one shot it, so C9 still being very cautious, and now recognizing how close that Prowler got shot. Marceline gets involved, and the Queen of the Hill still is Avery, now falling back towards the site.
The activation has to come in now for Siri. So they did the excellent job there, but the unfortunate thing is that the Vice is set up.
One enemy
You gotta be
remaining.
ready for this fight, and unfortunately is not gonna be the case. Invert drops Siri. And again, another silver lining is
I have the
3
spike.
individual 1v1s and a spike given to Uni while she still has a Steel Garden to work with. With a minute left on the clock right now, Lemon Kiwi, there's still a lot of room right now for Uni to really isolate some fights and maybe turn this clutch around for C9.
I like that Avery, had eyes on the spike, know that you don't have to take the 1v1, you take the 3v1. You know exactly where the spike is going to end up. It's either C or B. You heard the door open. There's 3 watching B. The retake's gonna look good, and 3v1, it's just how long is it going to take? It's gonna take a roundabout invert. Watch that carefully. So Sen Otters get on the board.
What I would like to see from Uni, though, is with that space that was given to the C site. Not gonna lie, you're looking at the kit that Uni has. Everything is full green. No, no razor vines used. The wall was never put up in the first place. She had the ultimate window to really hold down that C site and to win the fights in her favor. By baiting the wall on the attack side, razor vines to delay like the first cycle of util for the retake for Sen Honor. And as you see here, that teams and players should be grouping up, especially when Avery gave up the 1v1 on that C mound.
Okay, no one wants that smoke. Showstopper, ooh, cautious. Went for the splash damage, and wow, sussing out that player. Good awareness for Madison. First blood for Sen Otters, and that's that rubble battle that keeps going Sen Otters' way. Now, how does C9 move forward? They still have other win conditions, and it's going to be behind Marceline, most likely.
That was such a huge paranoia from Gia to stall that showstopper. That should have forced Uni to fall back at the same time. There's no way here with the fuse disappearing that you think they're just not going to shoot inside the wall. That said, though, it's Siri that has the responsibility to lurk again, and she has that great opening on that B side. So it evens up in a 4v4. There's still a chance here. I think you get orb control or a pick. I think right now should be a walk contact just to figure out where defenders could be at.
It's so nice to have a reliable lurk like Sari, and she's that pop-off player. Sen Otters, though, Nightfall right onto the C9 parade. They do slip through. Teleport, no, Gia falls back from the ult. Paranoia right through C9, and they have just hit a standstill until Sari and Gia combine. Invert with the cutoff through staircase, that has to be noted. And now not planning on the other side of the box. No, Invert will try to stop that. The Nightfall Invert brought down to 34 HP. Lily Sari will work their way around the corner and split up and take down that final member. So C9 continue.
Protocols were good for C9 actually on that fight over on A. I was talking about a walk contact to potentially get a pick, and if they get spotted here, you could pick up an orb and then just go for the Nightfall hit into the A site. But instead, they make noise, they open the door because Lily still has utility to use it. Meanwhile, Lily has also just been playing Fade for game after game ever since she came back here into the GC circuit in North America. So it really comes down to the coaching staff around Cloud9 GC just to figure out how they can maximize utility synergy off maybe like just the expert agents that these players like to utilize. So great job on that to just make sure that the protocols are there, that you follow behind and not follow behind the utility, and then just win towards the end of 2 versus 1 with the ult that Lily had on the post plan. So it works out well. Gia had a nice TP towards that back of the site too that allowed Marceline to really move in and get the finger blasters right into the A site and open up A for C9 to get the pulse plant.
Huge for C9 too to win that Nightfall v Nightfall, because that's a huge win condition out of the sales of Sen Otters, and now a Steel Guard, and that's feels like more of a preventative measure, maybe a retake tool if he can get back into C. That's been kind of a nice talk of war that Sen Otters and mainly Invert has produced. I think that's why C has been more of a challenge for C9. They've recognized that, and they've been opting for more of an A preference plant. But after this timeout, you gotta expect the unexpected if you're C9, and so they gotta be still very cautious around this MAL. But Sen Otters can't fight as much there when there's a Paranoia and a Prowler that can mark you.
Yeah. I think they did a good job spotting and fighting back against the mount control from C9 previously, where you had that spike getting dropped. I think they have to continue that plan moving into the next round, because if you're looking at it from C9, they're actually not that aggressive to take that B line control. So there's a chance here to take mount control, open door, fight into the late lurk of the B site that C9 tries to activate, and really take full control of 75% of the map on the defense, and then just have your A site invert stall again. So I hope we see a little bit more of that.
Invert with the one tap of Marceline after getting concussed, after getting slowed. Just knew had to take that showdown, and now the fortress builds up. There's the Viper's Pit. Sen Otters have so much space to work around it, but the Razor Vines are right at the edge, the perimeter of this ultimate. So Sen Otters, it's a big paranoia from May. It's gonna go just at the very top of the pit, not marking it. The Otters aren't even going through the pit. They're watching on the outside as Madison peppers around the fortress, and C9 are taken down like dominoes. So what a retake.
Yeah, that was not a good hit, unfortunately, there for C9 in the pulse plant. As you mentioned, you're giving so much space for Sen Otters to flood back from Waterfall and on the top of Heaven. And while you're doing so, nobody's really breaking util on the fade going out here from Avery back down that ramp. So the two players playing high-low that have to watch both the run out from top Heaven or top C site and also from Waterfall just has too many objects, too many angles, and they both get popped by double Guardians in the which were the only weapons that Sen Otters had in the round. The timeout was supposed to be for this round here instead of going for the thrifty round that they just converted on that side. But hey, Euro take it. And then that's a chance here for Sen Otters to really come back in this first half.
And Invert's impact in this match, it's not about quantity, it's about quality. But Avery, now no longer part of this equation. C9, a lot of these first bloods, but hey, this is the kind of surprise. This is the kind of jump out I want to see from Sen Otters, to kind of destructure C9 and at their own game. As well, the pit will still stand, and there's Razor Vines, but now no longer can be used. So C9 no. Try to flush out the rat as Oasis just unloads, and C9 still have to deal with the problem. And now it's a 2v2. Very low HP though. Battison. Wait for the perfect moment and even through the paranoia. A double kill for Battison.
Yeah, thank God that Battison's there to line up the last two kills too, because that swing out to just go outside the pit to fight from Invert was not the right play, because he kind of left literally Oasis on an island. There's no more vice wall to protect you inside that pit, so you're just trying to hold the last stand and try to delay as much as you can once C9 overtakes the C site, which again, delayed enough for Battison to move in and line up for 2 kills with the Vandals. And then for C9 to spam with Vandals through the smoke to try to fight inside that pit. He kind of just gave some ray tracings there for bullet tracings to allow Sen Otters to get these picks in. For the first time in this half, you see the Econ swinging in a favor of Sen Otters, who have a chance to tie it.
Maybe recognizing that the B site could be weak, they can continue to exploit Avery. He's gonna fall back behind the smoke, and May will show up. All for a hero. May will answer it. Now B is solidified. C9, the pivot plane, gotta test this wall, but you know that, oh god, Sen Otters could be right behind you, but it's the front battle that you have to worry about, as Oasis takes down 2, able to punish through the smoke. With C9, there is no safe space to stand behind. What a tempo change too for Sen Otters. C9 not able to deal with the Vise util before it was too late.
Well done.
But wait, He's kind of turning things around. Now it's getting the attention. The Steel Garden, and oh my god, Uni almost took care of a lot more than you expected. We have ourselves a tie game.
Didn't even give a chance for the guns to even jam when you're actually starting the Steel Garden too. So yeah, I agree with this. Calling out the timeout for Coach Indra and Relic just to calm things down for a bit, because the last few rounds in terms of the macro, unfortunately here, has not been as clean for C9 ever since Senators called their timeout at the end of round number 7 and got their 50 conversion. So now it gives them a chance to work a little bit of the econ, try to get the rounds back into their favor here and close out a stronger first half for the side of Cloud9. You're seeing here, Lemon Kiwi, that the Ops coming out. They had the Outlaw in the previous round for Battison too, and I don't think the Outlaw was spotted in the first place. So there's still the element of surprise that Battison could really bring. When you're noticing here for C9, they've not only been full utilizing util to take map control, but they've also mid-round walk contacting a lot. So I think this op could do a lot of damage against the late lurks of Seri or Uni as well, going down towards his A and B lines.
Senators just being more proactive ever since that timeout. You know that you got to put a stop to Marceline before she starts scaling. Because Senators were having a Viswall trigger. They were having smokes, and there wasn't anyone trying to turn that into a kill opportunity. Invert was playing solo a lot of the time, so I don't blame them for kind of trying to play their life there. So then Oasis is now the one getting there and spamming through the smoke, spamming through the util, and making every step so fearful for C9, especially when the door is opening behind them. So now C9 recognizing that tempo change are going to get active a lot quicker. But like you said, the op has still not been noted. Thankfully for C9, it's not part of this side of the map.
Still love the proactiveness though from Senators. They're already blocking that line from the from Battison, watching down towards that C line, and you can play saw side towards A because Invert has their Steel Garden. So if C9 wants to actually pop into the A side, which would not be the case, I feel like they're trying to just bait and switch a little bit to go for a mid-B take. This is still going to be very damaging onto C9. If they don't have this door protection, this op could do a lot of damage, and also the Steel Garden.
That's an easy retake tool off of Invert. The Senators really just holding the line, watching for any shenanigans that C9 could be doing. Now the break-in, Oasis will be on call. On the other side of the smoke is just going to be spamming through. Marks their position though, so C9 will be aware of it. Smokes are in place, and the spike will be too.
Again, think about this op from Battison. So if Senators is going to make some noise here and Battison gets a pick, that's showstopper ready for a double flood back from 2 big ults.
Bring me the arsenal!
Steel Garden, but here's the punish from Marceline, but too much on her plate as the op misses the shot, and Seri will not give you another swing. Senators now able to use their Viper Wall to isolate these battles, and man, the teamwork does make the dream work. The defuse halfway, Seri cannot prevent it, and Senators will get the lead.
That's what you wanted to see coming out from a Steel Garden. Just hold your angle. The two choices that you make out of this when you're being affected by the Steel Garden is run away or try to find your timing to swing for that fight. Which again, I feel that's what should have been done by C9 when Uni had her ults a couple of rounds ago rather. But instead, it's just Senator that stay clean through the protocols. Players are running to the crosshairs. Yeah, even if Battison misses her op shot, at the end of the day, there's still too many numbers here for Senators to flood back into the B site and get the defuse. So 4 unanswered rounds, a timeout not converted on the side of C9. Senators are in a great spot right now, especially copy-wise. Closes at a 7-5.
No showstopper fight. Battison didn't have May there, and you really want... Could have been a good buddy system for Senators, just the way that they're able to retake against the Steel Garden and more. Marceline testing the waters. Lily just trying to draw attention, but knowing to push into an op is not a good decision. Last round of the half, we'll see if C9 get back on their high horse. There's a big cutoff opportunity for it. May, Paranoia, C9 scour towards the B site, and Invert will be waiting for them. But watching through B main as well as Uni, that would be a good fallback opportunity as Seri now will get the ball rolling. Nightfall right into Senators through the top of the site, but Invert does not care. Takes camera business themselves, but Marceline, a judge, and Op, and the final boss of C9. 3 versus 2 on the post plant. Time is of the essence. Invert Oasis will peek 1 by 1. Great angles from Marceline, and kind of sketchy there at the end, but C9 will still even us out before the second half.
Almost was a big save there coming through from how they were playing that defensive line for Sen Otters. It was actually quite nice how even Invert did not hear that push from Lily and company out towards the waterfall area after they go for the post plant. Just not enough util to follow behind the smoke, and they just walked right into the meat grind, and Invert took 2 easy kills. Marceline tried to keep the Dream alive, but again, just one of those moments where Sen Otters just have too many bodies and too many angles to watch here on that defensive line in the post plant for C9 that Sen Otters is able to tie this first half of this series, which is actually quite nice. Remember, this is whoever loses a series is unfortunately out and cannot make it to the main event. This is an important matchup, an important map to start, especially when Sen Otters are coming out with this newer comp.
That crucial pistol round, a crucial map for C9 to win because this is their best map and this is their choice. Go to Summit, which could be a big unknown, but what is known is that Siri falls on a very aggressive lurk, at least marks most towards spawn, and that'll force C9 to restack towards the B site.
Kind of like this though. C9 just gambling. They lost their player in the front B line. Let's open the door and stack towards B. I thought they were going to keep rotating towards the A site, which would have been like, we'll anchor up on A, help on that side, play a retake on C if we need to. Unfortunately, it goes down back into the extra paranoia that was added by the noise that was cut by Sen Otters, which now still gives an opening here for Sen Otters to take control over on the A site or to break the door and still finish B because of the late insert of Invert in the front of that B site.
Rally continues to A, but Uni have a very important position here. May be tested. That's why that Flash is in that position to cover an A site fight or possibly into tree. And Sen Otters know without that tree control, it's have to clear through to Invert.
Yeah, making noise right now towards that A side just to finish towards C. Invert's the one cutting the rotate, so a 1v1 in the front of the B site here.
Ooh, it's kind of back and forth between Invert and Lily, who missed that initial shot, and Avery or Lily just sticking to their guns. 8 seconds. Plant will go through without a hitch, and here's C9 knocking at the door. 1 neighbor removed, many more to go. C9 grouped up together. And here is the surge. Battison marked down to half health. Swinging around the corner of C9. Avery try to get down to a few, and they're half health as well, but the C9 teamwork just simply overwhelms the post plant as May's jumping around and can't do much more, so C9 will get both pistols here on Lotus.
It was really good on the first attempt though when Invert was trying to cut the rotate. I think even if Invert loses the fight towards that B site, you have to stick together in some way, shape, or form in the post plant scenario. You look at the 4 players from Sen Otters kind of just all grouped together. Then as soon as you go for the plant on the C site, you have Oasis solo trying to angle hold towards that front of the door, and then 2 players push inside the spawn while you have 1 staying on site, and nobody's really playing off each other. So it allows C9 to get what? 2 individual 3 versus 1s, and then a 3 versus 2 in the post plant. That is not enough for C9 to hold in the post plant, or sorry, for Sen Otters to hold in the post plant. So C9 able to win an important pistol round here, as kind of felt their lead that they built in the first half kind of slip. Now for Marceline to activate with this Marshall.
Yeah, 2 Marshals on this anti-eco, and C9 went for just a single outlaw before. The most important kill, you get the spike down and the fade. A huge point of getting information for this team, but hey, if you even see the site at all, hopefully Battison punishes Marceline on that final whiff, and I mean, what an impact from that duelist. Sen Otters nearly cut in half. Battison able to recover the Marshals. Probably not going to be the best tool to brawl with, but C9 will find their way around, sneaking through the smokes, trying to take angles. You could see at the top of the site, Uni just probably hold this position until the rest are ready to flood in. Gia, paranoia, and almost the second. Uni goes 1 for 1. Here is the retake of C9, and it's beautiful as they convert yet another anti-eco.
Works out in the end. I was gonna say you were right by calling Uni should stay back towards the spawn. You started to see her slowly walk towards that front. You have to think here at this point that if you're gonna tap towards that door, that somebody has to react here for the side of Sen Otter and the pulse plant. And if it's not gonna fight back towards the main door, it's maybe to push an angle. So the double push out towards that spawn worked out for a trade for Sen Otters, but thankfully C9 still had some more players at the entrance of the A site at the bottom of the staircase to instantly trade off the backstabs.
I love that about C9. Like, they are just trading. Sen Otters, though, despite losing the pistol and the anti-ego, this is kind of deja vu. When that first buy-up happens, that's when the light switch turns on for Sen Otters. Now they're being on the attack, trying to disrespect the one-way. Battison choosing a boom bot or a nade. You want to just pressure out that choke point at C, and Sen Otters get that job done.
The only thing that's unaccounted for is potentially somebody hiding inside that one-way smoke on the defensive line for C9. So that's why May just stays inserted there and makes sure that nobody's peeking out.
Maybe need May eventually to bring that paranoia if there is a big fight, because losing Battison is really going to hurt Sen Otters. No boombot, no nades, no really big entry. Not that Battison is the double satchel in kind of raise. They are very much a one step at a time, front to back type of duelist. But right now, Sen Otters already forced back C9. The smoke comes down, the curtains are up, and Marceline has been found. No duelist. The side of C9, 4 versus 4.
With the pressure that came towards that C Mountain 2, Sen Otter looked like they were just trying to figure out if the Vice was going to be set up at that spot as well. They realized no Vice wall at that spot. They walk in for the contact and surprise Marceline.
30 seconds left.
And a great start for Cloud9 to convert this bonus round, but the advantage, in my eyes, going back to Sen Otters, especially with this sight.
Gonna be a lot on Bailey's plate. Not much util left, but as Uni that could step in, but just with a share of 11 seconds, they just have to buy a little time, but Oasis just kicks down the door. You heard that wall get triggered, and you forgot about a very important angle. And it's bloodshed across the board as Sen Otters will win their rifle round.
Yeah, where's that calm that the doors got busted and somebody has to watch it? Because if you're looking at the backstab that just came through here towards break room into B, the person that Oasis takes down wasn't even hit by the paranoia, so audio was definitely there. And should have been ready there for at least that fight, but you have to understand it was a time to hit for the side of Sen Otters too, in the front of that B site, so maybe they felt somebody else was going to be watching that spot back into the break room door. Comes a nice little hit towards the end on the attack side and converted round on the attack too, where Sen Otters are closing the gap by 1 once again. Marceline walking forward. Somebody has to break that boom bot. Okay, still gives a chance here for Marceline to get the opening surprise here. And definitely seems like Sen Otters are feeling that there's something icky here in the waters and they want to avoid dipping their toes in there.
Yeah, I have the egg too. I mean, you don't have as much deep information now that that haunt's been gone. Like the Prowler, it's probably going to get shot out again. You don't want to waste too much because Sen Otters have shown us that they really want to work this entire map up until the last second. Like a couple of these rounds now have gone to the last 10 seconds and it's really stressing me out, and I'm sure it is for them as well. Sen Otters at least get position into tree. They have not taken down that Vise wall. That's something Oasis will have to do now. It's one step at a time, but C9 are not really forcing the issues, so it's free real estate for Sen Otters.
Ouch.
Love the punish though, at least with the lurk as well. Looks like C9 kind of knows their own style too when it comes down to this comp.
Yeah, especially when you know that the defense is running out of util and the smokes have expired. You could try to go towards spawn and look how deep May is. Going to be coming up from behind. Marceline's going to watch it. Only so much the op can brawl with. May will punish Marceline on that front. Now Sen Otter, they have them surrounded. Cloud9 about to see another tie game unless Uni and Lily can somehow salvage a situation, but Sen Otters are just poking and prodding. They're not even full committing, so C9 can't even clutch because they're not given the opportunity to.
It's a good call though, at least for Sen Otters, to just pressure into the staircase. Just one of those moments where you don't expect that to happen. and it's never really done, so you just got to try it. High risk, high reward. It pans out in their favor. They catch one player off guard, solo rotate onto the staircase, and then you already see right after C9 kind of scrambling, trying to figure out how they can retake towards that site, where you see Sarah get kind of caught with the snake bite in her hands. It had to be on the rest of C9 that had to flood back towards the A site first so that she gets the element of surprise after. And there was no coordination there, and unfortunately you felt the pressure of the timer of that spike slowly ticking away. So those mistakes will be forced and will happen. You see here, as you mentioned, a tied game 8-8, and the best weapon that you carry for C9 in this round. You want to be a Spectre. So gamble stack leading towards the A side. Senon are just expecting some sort of a push at some point, maybe at the minute mark, because it is too quiet for them to start moving forward.
Gonna be such a good round for Sen Otters to kind of get their ultimates online too, just a couple of orbs away from Nightfall, Viper's Pit, Showstopper, you name it, even Invert. And this next cycle of ultimates will determine who takes Lotus, because C9 are also close to a bunch of ultimates, just not the best weapons to get them with. Neither can you really fight for orb control. Those types of weapons, but man, barrel to the dome, and messy, but Oasis gets it done. Double kill through tree, little one tap as there was a bit of a lapse. And Sen Otters just mark the huge stack that is at A, and I like
30
this
seconds
pivot.
left.
Yeah, 2 first easy kill for Oasis, and we spot the last 2, so accounted for is minimum 1 player at the most. Fast tempo to C site, but Sari with the Spectre is just waiting for her teammate so they can rotate together and do some damage on the exits.
Yeah, why not ult? Just
10
get
seconds
that
left.
confirmed information, especially with the last 10 seconds. Waterfall, double push. Here is the cross, and Madison gets crossed up. Cloud9 force enough panic that the Nightfall ensues for Avery. 2 versus 2. Uni picks up the Vandal. Counter Nightfall this time from Lily. An important round. 1 HP as Invert works the crossfire, but the trade isn't there from Avery. What a reaction from Lily as Cloud9 steal away the round.
Not a good angle to look at here from the waterfall. Whoever got picked off there didn't have a teammate with her to actually watch for the double push outside of that smoke. And see how it all falls down to pieces one by one. Everybody's like, oh my god, they're actually swinging out from this. Weapons are getting upgraded. The person on top of the pillar was still watching back towards heaven in case the push was coming towards that side. And somehow C9 with the eco are able to convert that on their side.
All set.
Didn't even need the Spectre in the first place. And it's the Bandits that makes Sen Otter pay the price.
Too obvious.
C9 are able to maintain the lead out of this matchup in the second half. Just small mistakes that are being fully capitalized here on the defense.
Nightfall exchange also goes Cloud9's way. One thing to note is Marceline will have the overdrive here soon. Really, you want to slow things down. Hound fight. Not really being baited here. Sen Otters. Ooh, kind of a high, not a high-low, but a stack. Cloud9 towards B. That's really what's given them the advantage. It's how they isolate, but how also they just outnumber Sen Otters when they're in these power positions.
Yeah, right now Oasis is not really giving anything here to set up a lurk on the A side. Maybe they can move forward and bait the wall because it's been so quiet on that staircase. Wall up, force the hand here of C9 to make a move. It looks like it's just a Hail Mary play. Waiting to group up together, use a showstopper to open up the site. Invert looking to fight in front of this B site to start.
Invert, such a mechanical player. Oh, showstopper! And Madison almost took themselves out with it. The splash, now making a splash into the A side. Here comes Cloud9 rotating in late, and you're gonna hear it coming. What's most important is how Oasis handles it, because there's no Viper from Sari to kind of cut this off. So an important sideline for Oasis. Now just trying to spray down Oasis, but doesn't get that. Or G, I should say. Almost ran out of bullets too. Sen Otters really relied on Oasis to keep it held down. 2 versus 2. Will Cloud9 remain in the lead? Madison's not gonna have a lot of HP to play with. Now, if they swing, they're pretty much cooked. It's
One
going to be
enemy
about
remaining.
attention. Where is your focus at? As Battison is still playing with their food. Just have to prevent the defuse. That's all it's going to take for Sen Otters to hold the post plant.
Shots not hitting, unfortunately, there for C9 on that retake on that 2 versus 2. Almost made magic happen, though, but I think all that round for the macro just in favor of Sen Otter. Keep it very simple. Like I said, take that showstopper, group up, explode into the A site, because as Oasis hears that wall, you're thinking that C9 are just playing soft side on a solo Vice, and they're able to punish Uni there. Overall, I think C9 in that previous round are going into the same type of problem that Sen Otter has faced at the beginning of the half when they were playing defense, was giving up too much space. You're relying too much on what's happening here into the retake protocols for C9 instead of trying to be a little bit more proactive around the map. I like the idea of the high-low towards that B site, but after that, how do you really control and maintain what happens off the information that you get after the Prowlers from Lily? Nothing was really activated there for C9, so Sen Otter was just able to have a much cleaner exit into the A site and catch a lot of players off guard for the rotate across here.
I mean, the biggest lead we've had this whole game was a 5-2 start for C9, and now it's just been lead traits back and forth. It really is unclear who could come out ahead, and I'm going to continue to stress how important this is for C9. This is their map pick, their best one, and the rest, results-wise, is favored Sen Otters in terms of results they've had against other teams like Catface on Summit, and split the map 3 being Sen Otters' most picked, most played map. So C9 got to get it together, but they really do blossom after these timeouts. We'll see how they can enable marshalling for success as another mount fight will be executed. And catching MEOW on the teleport, but a trade from Battison. Mechanically locked in. Now there's bloodshed towards Spawn. And Sen Otters, they just swing so synced. And now Gia's left to pick up the pieces. At least one should be called out. That invert's at 6 HP, so this is possible for Gia.
Doesn't have a paranoia to work with though, so you're just hoping.
Where are you?
I mean, you can't rotate the team. You have no choice. Even if you try to go to the break room, you break the door, so you kind of have the information that she's gonna be there. Yeah, she baits up the wall, but like I said, I don't think break room door has been broken, so that's just not gonna be as useful. She probably has to rotate all the way back through spawn.
Cover going out.
What happens here?
A lot of time that Gia is wasting just being as slow as possible. And now you just have to explode onto the site. Invert Avery looking the other way. Spike ticking down.
Shadows.
Gia is now trying to smoke off tree, thinking that's where it was planned. That's where they were going to hold it. And Sen Otters, well,
They brought weapons made of metal.
Again, I think it's another one of those moments where C9 feels the pressure of the spike taking out. You made such a good job just walking around the site, and then as soon as you actually are about to enter towards the site, you make audio noise dropping into the pit. You just run across, smoke out, knife out, not even clearing corners. Where if you actually took the knife out and just, or gun out even to clear out that one single angle when you're moving into the site, would have given you maybe a chance. Unfortunately there, that was a mistake that happened, but again, it was just a mixed buy for C9. They tried to go for a trap play into a C-line, B-line crunch, and resulted into potentially a clutch out from C9. Timeouts for this one, though. It's not been utilized early in the round. Just going more into positioning in the macro at the beginning of these rounds for C9s for the discussion from the timeout.
Yeah, Sen Otters just kind of simplifying their approach. Just fully run down mounds, but Oasis gets run down by Lily. You lose the right side of the map. And now time is of the essence for Sen Otters. You don't know someone could be pushing towards spawn. You've lost eyes and ears over there. And you see Battison get active. And man, kicked back against Uni. And needs the follow-up from the team. But now C9 are slicing and dicing through multiple angles. And Sen Otters have to find their way through the chaos. As Battison got way too far ahead. Avery gonna try and see if they can trade Marceline. Just right in their face. 1v1. To decide a tie, or Invert and Sen Otters getting to the red zone. Sari will be right behind them at half health. It's going to be about rotations.
30 seconds left.
A chess match between two pawns. Is Invert panicked and knows what they have to do, and Sari's just cleaner. A tie game between the two.
Nice little round here for both of the teams. I think it comes down really to whoever was shooting better off the exits. It almost looked like it was going to be on the side of St. Otter after Battison just gets the beautiful 1v1 battle when she's fully hit by the paranoia and still manages to win the duel at the bottom of the bend. But thankfully here, Uni stays stoic in the 1v1. Able to win one back here for C9, and we continue to go back and forth in the second half. Not going to be as decisive for Cloud9 when it comes down to their best map, but doing their darnest here to make sure that they capitalize in this first map of the series. Because remember, going into the BO3s, the way that I preface this is that Summit and Split still favor St. Otters here.
Imagine like a Viper's Pit with a Bucky. Like that could be pretty gross. St. Otters still need a few more seconds to set that up if they do want to invest the pit. I think a first blood here from Oasis could inspire them that this could be a winnable round despite the buy deficit is almost caught with no weapon in hand. Prowler, Oasis, flicks on to 2, just 1. But still, that's some damage being done to C9. The spike is down, but no one is actually within the sight. The defuse starts for Gia, and you need Invert to deny this. And the diffuser killed almost at the end. Holy, that was as close as it gets. St. Otters barely take the lead.
C9 giving too much space. You mentioned so many ults available here for St. Otters when they have a lower buy. Yet, it just becomes a round that St. Otter wins because C9 were pulling out mistakes again from the spike taken. Look at the rotate that you had from the door opening at the revolving door from C side to B main. Running through, not checking the right side B corner because you're just trying to figure out where St. Otters are currently being positioned here in this post plan. There was no rotate from C9 on the top of B heaven, so you played a rotate with so many question marks. And for St. Otter to be able to win that round without having to deplete so many of those ults, it puts them in a prime position here to steal this map away from Cloud9.
C9 have reduced the Thrifty off of this half already. But that was off of a 2v2 and a really good swing out of some smokes from Sari and Lily, I think it was. And speaking of Lily, the Nightfall. You have St. Otters at arm's reach, but C9 impatient. They don't want to play off of that ultimate. They're just hoping to get their one and done. If anything, it's C9 done in this round. A little bit of damage done, but not anything to write home about in terms of kills. So can it be a flawless? Uni just looking to get her one so you can get one closer to the Seal Garden, which will matter if C9 can force either an overtime or somehow turn this all around.
Flawless.
Hopefully they can, because they'll have money in the next round for C9 and a Nightfall to work with as well, and an overdrive potentially if Marceline could get a pick. But this is a huge important round here for Cloud9, of course, because you can't let this map slip away from you when you had such a strong lead at the very beginning of this half. 4-2 before you start to see the comeback rather from St. Otters in that first half to tie it 6-6. I gotta say here that I like how St. Otters, despite the pressure and changing into a newer composition for them on this map, it's nice that they're not feeling here that they have that pressure of losing the series potentially against C9, because again, I feel like this map is that throwaway map for the attack side for St. Otters. They're making it work with simple things. Main TPing onto the C site cancels out the eco that C9 was trying to play on that stack on that C side. Now almost punishing the jump spot on Uni there. And you already have a wall. I mean, look at the position that C9 has. You don't need to jump spot into the C mound.
Uni just won't be able to punish anyone who triggers that wall. Is just going to be trying to race out of the site. Don't want to be a victim of that showstopper. So many important ults, but what matters is kills. And Sari gives C9 a fighting chance with that first blood, denying the lurk towards B. But that door opening will kind of scare her further back. St. Otters on the verge of winning off of losing 2 pistols and the anti-eco. Denying the bonus, sure. St. Otters go in, guns blazing. Showstopper gets nothing. Uni falls back. St. Otters are still looking for an opportunity, but now the Nightfall gets their attention through Waterfall. Senators want to be primed and ready, but it's the mound push that they did not expect. The retake comes in from multiple sides, and Avery can't handle it. So C9 give themselves another round.
Very nice nightfall from Lily too. It actually hit all 4 players from Sen Honor inside the C side on the post plan. So
thank you.
The flood retake was much easier to take when all those pings came out. Confirm that nobody's lurking around here for Sen Honors. And C9's closing that gap. But they had to deplete the ult. Sen Honors has the Viper's Pit to work with in the post line. You saw how Sen Honors has been executing in terms of showstoppers when Badison has it.
I need a weapon.
Again, keep it simple. Ult in, take space, win the fight in the post line. Now you can do very similar things here by just ulting with inverts, Steel Garden, Pit inside the C site to take control of Waterfall and Spawn, and then just win it off the post line. Let's see how it'll pan out. Seems like C9 wants to deny that in the first place here by putting Marceline over on that line with 2 other players to help.
Yeah, C9 cannot let Sen Otters plant, or despite the successes C9 have had on retakes, it's gonna get dicey. Sen Otters win this out in regulation. C9, I mean, it was off of that Sari first blood. So you gotta trust in the lurk. You gotta trust in just how she's holding middle of the map solo. But right now, it's the perimeter that's getting pressured here from Sen Otters. They do have to kind of jump through some hoops, some obstacles, some razor vines. The Vise wall comes up, and it's Badison all on their own. Vandal in hand, skipping away. C9 not really emerging, thinking there was maybe a bigger stack with Badison. The Nightfall, the pivot. Sen Otters going for plan B, as Lily could be sitting in main. Try and stop Sen Otters from playing away from the spike, playing out of the site. It's interesting, Viper's Pit did not cover the spike, but rather where you think the rotation's coming from the A side, as a Steel Garden late to the party for invert as soon as they sense the retake, but it's C9 that have made their mark to even up the odds. Now nothing stands in their way as Uni gets into prime position for the judge. And off of the Viper's Pit, you know where that stack is for Sen Otters. The defuse already halfway being held. Sen Otters gotta look alive. And it's Lily and Gia. Avery to deny it all as Sen Otters will steal away C9's map pick.
Good thing on the last second for the call there for Avery to go outside of that pit and go for the full backstab, because as you mentioned, that pit was very difficult to hold in the pulse plan, but even making it even harder for Sentinels to swing out from break room into the B site. But thankfully, there's always a final plan at the last second call. Lots of players getting caught off on rotates here for the side of C9, just on the way Sentinel's been operating on their attack side, meaning moving around the map. And now it's a map stolen away from Cloud9.
Ooh, and up next is Sen Otters' map pick of Summit. And the last time they went to this, they had a 10-2 defensive half against Catface, another top team, or a team that is vying to get into playoffs. But we're going to throw it to a short break to make sure our players are ready for maybe the unknown or maybe a Sen Otters sweep. We'll find out after this. Hey, welcome back everyone to Verizon Game Changers. We are in map 2, Summit, the new map. I guess it's less new, but it is a new map pick now for Sen Otters because that's where they want to go to next and that's where they want to end it.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be a tough one. Like I said, it's I think leaving it through is because they probably feel like there's something they could fix on the way they were playing in the past. But to focus a little bit more on that first map as well before we get into that is how this match really panned out here between both C9 and Sen Otters. I think, again, you're looking at the first kills. Both of them kind of worked out quite well on how they're playing and working their attack sides, to be honest. But I think where it kind of really slipped for C9 is just getting their protocols on their defense. You know, when it comes down to getting map control, understanding what's happening in the mid round, trying to figure out if time is with them or against them when it comes down to their rotates and their retakes. I think a lot of those moments kind of just felt unattended for, which allowed here Sen Otters to close out and steal this map away here against C9. I think Sen Otters did an incredible job of just keeping it simple. Like I said, cycle ults into their favor, move into the map, make sure they play some good post plans and play off each other well so they could trade effectively, and it worked out.
And C9 looked really dominant at the start, but it's really how it ends that matters, obviously. But it's when C9 get to play their own game that they look their best behind Marceline. When you have to, though, trigger a Vise wall, get through the Razor Vines, work the map, listen here, work off a lurk. Like, C9, once Sen Otters started to tempo up, after Sen Otters took a timeout, kind of woke up a bit and shoved back against C9, then you had this whole new ball game where a lot of the rounds were decided off 2v2s, 1v1s. Like, it was so close. Couple of thrifties, one from both sides, but C9 met more of a challenge and didn't know how to deal with that resistance.
It was funny though to look at C9 on the defense when you were looking at how the map kind of evolved for Cloud9 on the attack. I'm talking about like the anti-eco bonus round. I think even round 5 or 6 we had attack side opping or even outlaws from the side of C9. And then when you saw that they were playing their anti-eco in the second round, they were playing double marshals. So I was expecting maybe to see an operator come out, something that allows for them to block down a lane early into the rounds and then really try to play more effectively off each other for behind Vice util, Vice setups, or just trying to teamwork and take map control more actively around the map, play a little bit more of attack on defense on their side. But we didn't see too much of that, which is why you saw a lot of the rotates and the scrambling happen here on the side of C9 where they let this map slip. So that was unfortunate. Thankfully, you still kept it on 11-13 scoreline, so they still made it competitive and doable here for C9 to just reset and move forward here in the second map of Summit.
And even that last round before Sen Otters won, like, that also felt like that could have gone either way. That was decided off of a 1v1, so Sen Otters just barely take that map. But all that matters is that if they convert their map pick of Summit, and like I said before the break, they won 13-6 over Catface recently, and that was off of a 10-2 defensive half that they kicked off. And they get to continue to kick off on defense. So we'll see how much experience C9 has on this. Breeze has still been their main first ban, so obviously you're letting this float for that long. You have reps under your belt for this, but how many compared to Sen Otters, right?
Yeah. For C9, it's a mishmash of how effective their composition was here with this deadlock. I think the premise, if you're looking at Summit and you're starting to see, for example, teams still not figuring out what is the best composition for them on this map, not only for GC, but also for the VCTs as a whole, is you're just trying to play to your comfort as you're exploring the map a little bit more. And I think the idea around C9 with this deadlock is to leverage it in a similar style as a deadlock on Bind or a deadlock for Ascent when you're playing like double Senties. Because what's good for a deadlock or a map in itself like Summit is that it's still kind of pretty open around that map. That's why Ethan, for example, for energy, still likes to play a KO on this map because you could still pop flash above the walls and still set up your duelists in the right spot for them to peek from. For C9 with this type of comp, you could still toss up some walls over the actual walls of Summit and block down lanes when you're, you know, flooding with Omen smokes and fast lanes, and really focus on the interiors of the map layouts of Summit and try to fight in those corridors. But again, like I said, it was hit or miss on depending on the teams that they played against, and they never really strung like a good attack and defensive half on both sides. So now that you see here 11Q with no comp changes for C9 for the third time around, hopefully third time's a charm, where you are able to blend in both of it together and try to get an upset win against Sen Otter on this map.
And how you work together is what's going to matter, because I have no doubt that mechanically Marceline and Invert are locked in, like since round 1. My big question is those secondaries, where Baddison now on the Phoenix and Cloud9 not operating around a second duelist. So do Sen Otters, are they going to have a better way to entry and to enable Invert? Because Marceline is that type of duelist that can operate solo and around a team, but not necessarily needing that second duelist. And Baddison had such an excellent performance the last time they went on Summit, so I'm looking for a big step up from her, especially because some of these op shot misses, I know it's a very important match with very high stakes, the nerves are setting in, and you're not going on your map pick there, but we'll see if kind of the shots are going to land a bit better on this map, because hey, at least you won that first map. But Baddison's role on enabling Invert is going to be crucial.
For C9, for me, it's tough for them to watch flanks. I'd like to see them try to just 5-player hit every single time. It doesn't matter for me at this point, because you have great tools to really pop on the attack side and have some very effective site hits, and then just play on site and don't have to worry about flanks. So I'm hoping to see that for C9 with what they currently have on the table. And looks like Sen Otter has done a little bit of studying, because they already have 4 players looking to guard right into the C9 5-player pop.
Where are
Long toss, Sen Otter's not being marked, but it does force them back towards the site around the corner. It's Baddison that just lands 2, and after a feed is Fire in the Flames. Baddison lighting up 3, and that's the type of setup I wanted to see. Looking for the ace, the 4th kill, the flash around the corner, the curveball hits a strike. Sari will fall, and it's still a Sen Otter's pistol.
A walk into the smoke too, disrespected by Baddison inside, and lines up 2 kills before hitting a 3rd one through the smoke. And already, this is a bad snowball for C9, but better here for Sen Otters, because now on the defense, Baddison could start farming and have already a Phoenix ult in their bonus round. Thing is though, we're not trying to effectively move Baddison into just denying them, and they're going to try to play with a Marshall instead. That gives a little bit of a chance for C9 to move forward into the second attempt to get a plant over on A.
Toxins going up.
And for the Phoenix to get all those kills too, this is how Sen Otters could scale up maybe in their bonus. See how many weapons they can bring to that first though. Now watching at a distance. Round the corner.
The C's hit all 5. That's crazy.
Okay, just wait out the storm, and here is the storm knocking. It's Marceline and friends dislodging the 2, and Baddison smoked off, so the Marshall will remain hidden and in submission, as May could have a slowdown opportunity and does so with a bullet right to the dome. Not even needing that paranoia yet. C9 paranoid themselves on whether it's safe enough to plant yet.
Try to group up and look for map control. Maybe isolate a 2v1.
Gun here. Toxins
That
going up.
gives him a chance, though. At least this is a huge fight from Siri to give a C9 the player advantage.
A lot more comfortable after that pick in your positions through the top of the site. Here's that paranoia, though, from May. The immediate execution, and then the infiltration into the smoke as a team. Nice, really, Sari. Okay, don't want to be playing Duck Hunt against Baddison, who did almost just pull off an ace in the pistol. Somehow, through the midst of all of that, C9 didn't even get a plant. Sen Otters. Now Baddison has a lot of time to play this deadly game of Ring Around the Rosie. Is Lee gonna check? Baddison hoping to punish that impatience. But C9 are not gonna give Baddison that opportunity. So Baddison has to take fate into her own hands, and teamwork gives C9 the denial.
How did that happen and turn around here for the side of C9? Everything was looking good for Sen Otter to capitalize on the anti-eco. I'm looking at the opening that C9's currently doing from pistol round to the second one. It feels like, to me, util is a little bit wasted at the beginning, because you're going with the Viper wall on A side to slice, and you're using the haunt just to take control of the A orb area instead of trying to haunt paranoia to really clear out towards garden or site. So you're forcing yourself to really run blindly through a smoke, and you could just get punished by a crossfire setup, yet somehow still tapping and baiting out the rotates for the side of Sen Otters. It allowed here for C9 to just win duels in the end.
And what looked to be like a momentum opportunity, like you said, for Sen Otters, because I was just talking about Battison almost farming up to that ultimate, which could have let them go on a roll, but now it's them getting rolled. C9 really showing up after a frustrating first map loss. Now the Prowler chomping down on Battison. Lily strikes through the heart of the duelist. Sen Otters are left without an opportunity to trade. So Sari is meeting some confrontation, trying to catch Sen Otters on these exits, and a lot on her plate, and reload being the biggest op here.
And thankfully, from the chaos that Sari brings here towards the site, you just saw what was answered back by Sen Otters despite taking her down. Use the Prowler, use the Paranoia. That's zero util for Sen Otters to retake towards the B site. C9 should have a cleaner post plan over on B now.
You have invert speed,
30 seconds left.
This is Marceline's best agent. So you're going toe-to-toe against the GOAT here, but Sen Otters may just have the numbers, and no, just that slight stagger. Marceline punishes a huge double kill that pretty much seals the deal for this round. Avery and Oasis just with sheriffs. Avery around the corner just looking for their one, but Lily's just been on one today. She just wins every single duel she's in.
Yeah, thankfully from the C9 Thrifty round that they got on that previous one gives a chance here for them to just maintain their composure for the rest of the half. We talked about how important the snowballing was going to happen there for Sen Otters since that 4-piece that Battison brought in that pistol. Now, yeah, doing a little bit of econ damage towards the end of the day because you converted into a Thrifty round for C9. They still have an abundance of money to work with in round number 4. This is an opportunity to reset, but this Nightfall from their side, since the Thrifty for C9, gives them a chance to level out the playing field from the run it back from Battison. And as you open up so many times over on the A side with the same Viper wall, you're trying to maintain that conditioning. The difference right now, though, is that Sen Honor doesn't have the fate there. So if no haunts being thrown into that A side orb that I mentioned before, Sen Honor should still know here that this is a fake for C9 to start.
And Lily, I mean, huge shoes to fill, but the team talking about how vocal, how easy it was to integrate her. You know, back in the day, making GC playoffs in the Gen G Black days, many years ago, and now trying to face that same championship level opportunity as Sari falls. Oline is being held, the defense standing strong. Oasis with the slash down. Some of these members of C9 now are at a pretty clear deficit, trade after trade, even through the run it back reset. Cloud9 get back on their feet. Now the plant goes through, no one left to say anything about it. There's a 4K from Gia in that round to save the day.
That was a huge 4-piece by Gia in the previous round. That was much needed for C9 to stop here the flood from Sen Honors. It looked very good to start on the defense for Sen Honors until once they popped their ult, crap. A deadlock wall just got thrown right into that connector. That's what I was talking about before, how it's difficult here to exit and retake on that side because everything gets blocked off by Uni's wall that she throws from the front of the B main right into the cross. So now as you're trying to flood and pincer here from the back spawn and into from the B link, then again, C9 just has to focus on one single angle. And now you force Sen Otters to just run into the sprays of Gia. That's C9 now converting 3 rounds in a row in a much needed early timeout just to try to get their gears back in favor of Sen Otters here because they've lost all that momentum that they built up from that pistol round that they won.
But this is that same, like, really explosive start that C9 showed us on Lotus until that first timeout happens for Sen Otters. Just need that tempo change and for a round to be won without Battison needing to drop almost an ace. But that was just the pistol, right? Sen Otters, they can still navigate these waters just fine. This is their map pick, and it's Cloud9 that can really dictate a lot of these rounds just off of pure aggression. And it's off of Marceline, just how impactful she has been at times. Whether it's that double kill on the post plant to Lily 6-1. Having that Nightfall is pretty important to have earlier on. But Sen Otters, a bunch of sheriffs, a hope and a dream.
Well, C9 has double outlaw on the attack side. So just as I've mentioned, going into the second map where I haven't seen too many sniping capabilities from C9 on Lotus, they're doing that in strides on their attack.
Sen Otters don't need to get too antsy here. Just look kind of for their one taps, hold their position, let the attack do the attacking.
Watch out.
Which I know you want to kind of find your timings and surprise C9. That's when you've been striking gold when it comes to Lotus. And here is gold, but it's C9 mechanically standing out and standing behind cover, standing taller than Sen Otters when they tried to surprise them.
Talked about the insert of Lily and Uni going into this roster for this second stage, and they've been quite good in the last 2 games that they played that put them in this position against Sen Otters today. Saw how good Uni was on the Vice on the previous map. Just unfortunately wasn't enough here on the defensive side to help C9 move across the finish line, but this round you're seeing the great value of utility from Uni despite not having too many kills on the kill feed. But also the utility from Lily are also the two pivotal things that allows for C9 to really get some good rounds on their attack side. We talked about how the util that they currently have is so good for site execs and for floods. Well, you need those two to kind of be alive to allow Marceline to get the best of their capabilities once she tries to entry towards these sites. So yeah, gotta give props here to both Lily and to Uni so far in the second half or second map.
I give props to someone like Uni where, yeah, 0 kills looks bad, but how flexible they have been, dynamic through this map, through even just the agents that they play. Because Uni has been usually that Phoenix flex too, so if they wanted to play double duelist, Uni would be the one to fill those shoes. But you talked about the impact of just these deadlock barriers thrown in these fights. Throwing Sen Otters for a loop. It's working out for C9. Now the buy-up. We'll see if Sen Otters can get back into this game before it really starts to escape them and the economy gets way too out of control for C9. But oh, just to spam through the smoke is enough to stop Marceline, and that's a huge space creator for the C9 roster. They're gonna maybe hope that Sari gives them an option, though.
That'll make the exit extremely hard for C9 right now. Remember, we talked about the fast lane being super important to slice off so that players could actually flood behind Marceline. Now you're hoping here, because you still have the paranoia and the net and Hunt, this could really say Hunt. There he goes, being thrown towards middle, so it'll be even harder for them to get into the A site now for the split.
Not a lot of good information, but she caught a fish into the net. One-to-one trade. What you need is Gia to still be alive with the spike and stops in their tracks by Oasis.
30 seconds left.
C9 to spread themselves too thin, trying to find Sen Otters before they find them. 3 versus 2 though. It's I'm gonna say it's not over, but now it's feeling over. Lily gonna duck into cover, thinking they have a moment to plant. Now it's a fake in the double up, but Avery just on top of it. Sen Otters find back in.
I also think that Sen Otters are currently understanding that C9 every time they're on site. How many times have we seen C9 tap spike swing, tap spike swing, tap spike swing? That was second round, fourth round, last round. And then the 6th round there, and they were finally to just stay together instead of trying to antsy up and move as soon as they hear the spike plant being, or the spike noise being planted. And they're able to catch their Lily trying to go for the hero play on the 1v2. But really not out of the frying pan yet here for Sen Otters, because Nightfall and Pit currently available for C9 on the attack side, and they are trying to be a little bit more proactive around the map for C9 because they're trying to sell this fake over onto B.
And Marceline has to be careful. I mean, she got punished last round, and C9 dearly missed her. I've had more of a struggle to navigate the map without that Neon and that 10 HP. Marceline is going to be on her last legs. Sen Otters still have a trip in position. That kill And Oasis is hunting for it. The cage dissipates. Oasis, neural theft. All the information is the paranoia stops and lets Oasis feast. The Prowler's only a distraction, but Lily finds two. So clutch v clutch, but the numbers favor Sen Otters. But what a moment for Oasis to shine.
Well, that was a huge paranoia by May to actually blind two players. Allow Oasis to pick up those two simple frags. Waited way too long for C9 to actually activate into the A site. Hell, you threw the fast lane and the Nightfall into the B site because you're trying to sell a fake, but they haven't really pivoted over onto the A site once the fake was sold. If you're actually looking back at the VOD, this is perfect. Everybody rotated across. You're playing soft side over on A site. You got to break that util. You have to move in. You have to make sure here that you leverage some map control over on the A site. Maybe because Lily was selling that fake towards that B site, they didn't have the Haunt or the Prowler towards A, so they got kind of scared moving into the A site. But man, at that point, it's a 3 versus 1. You have a chance here to really just trade and go in for that plant. It gives a chance for those two players to that fake towards that B site, play inserts, to cut rotates, to be the backstabbers going to the late round. But all of that macro was just out that window, out of the window here for C9. And that Sen Otters now forcing that time out of C9 because of that, and hopefully C9 can clean up the act on the attack side now.
I like that C9 are trying to stifle the momentum here because this is that kind of Sen Otters comeback that started to happen on Lotus. You had that really strong start for C9. Timeout happens for Sen Otters, and they start to just string up a bunch of rounds. So C9 just trying to ice them out after 2 back-to-back rounds. Sen Otters pretty much stacked on the right side of the map with the camera and everything. As Oasis is going to have to re-clear through B, and I guess they're just going to let Cloud9 have B.
Nightfall for the retake. Guess that could be the biggest one once they fled back here from the B site. But also maybe thinking since the timeout that C9 has been opening a lot over on the A side that they might have had that read. This is not too good for Oasis though, because most of the util is to help out towards A.
I would have liked for that camera to be over on this side, but Oasis is just a go. Could probably 1v5 if you ask her to, but finally C9 just invest enough, and now invest the pit on top of it. To the spear being Gia. Ryan stops Sen Otters from dropping down, but the Nightfall ensues. It covers all of C9, and Sen Otters will infiltrate the perimeter. Now the spears go through C9's fortress, and the bricks are just coming down one by one, and the shotgun to boot. What a retake from Sen Otters.
One corner not cleared. Somehow this should have been an easy site take for C9 over on B. Like I said, the trip camera, everything was used towards the A site to just prevent a flood from C9 over on A. Oasis, he didn't even decide to play soft site. It just held one corner, which you're currently seeing being pinged on that spot. How did we not clear that corner is probably the comms there coming out from C9. Because of that, there's no macro towards the drop. You pit, try to cover some areas, but again, it's very similar to what we saw on Lotus. It doesn't cover enough avenues that allows Sen Otter to still flood back from different angles and just take down C9. So gotta go back to the drawing board on how we want to execute on these Vipers pit to make sure that we maximize space. And at least now maximizing space is nice for C9 to sell this fake to start, and he could punish Patterson here.
Crazy how much of a resistance there is from Oasis just onto B. Trades though, C9 still come out ahead and with free mid control. We'll see if Sari can find this last one. No fishing, no fish in the sea here for Unis. Hold the till now. Oh, the delay. Didn't expect that one. And now it's free for the taking.
Kind of crazy too. I didn't even think that the ult lasted that long to actually connect into the A side. So that was a nice little bounce back by Uni to put her on the board too after that kill from the Deadlock Annihilation. This might be a save no matter what here for Sen Otters. I think they are in a great position to look for exit kills if they want to, because they still have money to work with in the next round. They haven't had a chance or needed to pull out an operator yet either on the defensive side. So still a lot of tools on the belt here for them to switch out the defensive look. But for C9 here, that ended up being a nice little clean round off some aggro pushes that maybe was a little bit too overconfident for the side of Sen Otters, because look at those X's on the middle of the map, both of them on an island when Battison and Invert gave their lives away here over on middle.
Marceline is making a ton of great space, but her sacrifice is not in vain. Like, C9 still are able to trade her out and deal with these stacks that Sen Otters are kind of throwing at C9 to see if anything can trip them up. Is there going to be a corner that goes unwatched? Because that has happened at times, and now that 3-round win streak has been killed for Sen Otters, the C9 could be easily trying to force another 6-6 half to see who goes to the main event, because the loser will not be advancing and will miss out on GCC. C9 want to use that confidence to get into B. There's one trip down, another one to go, and another Prowler. You heard the up, and C9 already pushed back because of that molly, so kind of ends up going back to square one.
Also resetting because they heard that up. But both Prowlers being used, and you can't really break the trip. That's another reason why you have to give up the B site. But the insert from Siri is huge here.
Toxins going up.
We've been waiting for her to just be more of a nuisance to Sen Otters, because I don't blame her. She's usually kind of finding these 1v3 opportunities, and that's a hard one to clutch out. But now Sari living their minds rent-free, spots the barrel. Avery tucks away, and this is still wasting Avery's time and is dwindling because of the snake bite. Sari could be just taking down now the third player. No, Avery locks in when it matters. We'll regroup with Oasis. Addison with the op that will watch as C9 just stay in cover and out of sight, out of mind if needed. As Oasis wants to spot any of these hiding spots with the camera that is still active deep into this round. There's no deadlock barrier, and all hell is about to break loose in this 3v3. Will it be another tie game? Can C9 get further ahead? What a flash! As Lily is set up for success! And that's all she needs. C9 get the gap by 2.
Huge there by Lily once again. Hiding away from the curveball thrown by Battison. But I think the biggest one is that play from Siri. Not only does she get a nice little pick, gets a second kill, but also delayed long enough to not really give a chance for Sen Otter to retake on the 3 versus 3. Things make it a lot more difficult here when you're trying to retake with an operator. You can't even break the barrier wall when it's being thrown here by Uni. So again, I have to praise on the insert from Siri. I think on that previous round where Sauter just got instantly denied on mid control, they wanted to give that up, and that timing that Sarah decided to be a little bit more quick into the mid control was huge. This round,
Watch out.
Sen Otter does not want that to happen. And also, instead of just walking one player down, they finally have 3 players to meet up with each other and try to take full mid control here.
As soon as the Cypher util starts getting triggered, Oasis is good at pushing back, and this allows Sen Otters to try and tempo up, but Invert is found middle of the map, and good spot for Sari. Knows this team needs to amp up, and Marceline, that's where she thrives. Speedy and relentless, and already going towards the defender's spawn. Battison spotted, Marceline adjusts, and she's on a rampage. May and Avery may just be the next victims. As May will be able to escape, and is actually maybe trapped by the deadlock barrier. So a huge round, a huge retaliation for C9. We're about to get 3 rounds in a row.
Another big one by Siri too. We talked about 3 players walking down towards middle, yet somehow Siri only has to fight a 1 versus 1. Dominates that fight. Now forces Sauter to quick pivot to try to trade. She calls the audible so they can execute towards that B site, because she has presence and knowledge of 3 players that she was facing up against down towards that middle line. So the last 3 rounds you have to praise here on that lurk from the Viper. And allows here for C9 to really get on site, and for Lily to just let up the kill feed as well on how she's currently playing these close plant scenarios.
A big change up in the defense for Sen Otters, now having Oasis towards the right side. Guardian, all Guardians being relied on solo, knowing that C9 to prioritize more of that left side. Not investing so much in the middle of the map. Sen Otters just letting C9 run rampant. So now trips being triggered. Moment for Oasis to fight back, but just smoked off. Deadlock barrier in the face. Sari lands on Oasis, not allowing them
Spike
to
planted.
escape. Sen Otters will have to do so. A person down. Run it back for Battison. This is gonna be an obstacle in the way. Goes 1 for 1. That's Gia taken down from the top of the hill. Uni, though, as impactful as ever to try and put the nail in the coffin in this round. Sen Otters really running out of time with these Guardians, especially when Lily is as stoic as ever, holding the corner, holding the position. As Invert and Battison are about to hold an L, and Uni is going crazy. This gives C9 an 8-4 half.
Yeah, and finally for
Switching
a chance for Uni to have her moment to shine, picks up a nice 2-piece towards the end and meets up with the rest of her teammates as we move on to the second half. But yeah, the heroic plays coming out here from C9 so far and these pulse plant scenarios. Sen Otters are not looking good towards his retakes. Gotta praise at least Battison on somehow getting a kill with what, 6 bullets left after she had to ult, break the wall, and move into Garden. At the end of the day, it still becomes a nice little attack side for the side of C9. Nothing really special coming out from that side, to be honest, in terms of how those rounds panned out. There's lots of space and lots of gaps given away by Sen Otter in the wrong moments that was capitalized, heavily taken advantage of by C9. Now C9 has a chance here to really close out this second half because they had a pretty strong defense with the double stalls that they had from the Viper and
Threading the needle. Marceline is not even going to get too antsy and too eager. It could have even followed through on the Prowler, but sticks to their guns, sticks to their team. Happy with the first blood. So now C9 want to try and re-hit into this. Unaffected though by that flash is Gia that waits for her moment, and Marceline is at the top of her game, looking for the ace. As his Oasis wants to be as far away from that action as possible, but we'll have to recover the spike and a backstab opportunity here for Sari if she's lucky enough. Huge round for C9 that'll get to double digits here very soon.
be hard. Spikes out in the open too. I mean, you'll get a timing potentially onto Sari, but that's fine. That's going to be a nice little drone to allow C9 to capitalize on winning another pistol. But that was a huge round that we saw here from Marceline.
30 seconds
off
left.
Angle play, denying the push coming out from Sen Otters. C9 looking primed here. They're just going to steal their packs away.
Hey.
Okay, you can just clip that part out, just kind of shorten the ace a little bit, but it works out.
Yeah.
C9 at 9.
Wait, hold on, Lemon Kiwi. Let's on 3 go. Oh, 1, 2, 3.
Oh!
Now you can clip that part out, add it onto the ace. Now it's a nice little highlight reel.
Wow. No, that was still a crazy round for Marceline. Position to the high ground, like other Neons would be greedy and just like swing around that corner, especially off of like a Prowler that could have caught someone else by surprise. But Marceline, really smart. And now if they can convert that anti-eco, it'll be even better. But Sen Otters, this was their map pick, and for them to go down like that on their defense when I had initially praised them for having a 10-2 half against Catface, like this is really throwing them for a loop. Marceline smoked off, and at least she'll get another opportunity. Middle of the map, gifted to Sen Otters. That's where they want to cross into. Now all eyes on the perimeter from C9 will converge to the center.
Man, they have to go for the control orbs right now. I mean, you have great camera presence on the A side. You could move here towards B. You know you're playing against a deadlock, so you're going to have to play this kind of slow. Make some noise. They're probably going to force out some smokes. This should be 2 easy orbs for Sen Otters to take here on this round.
Get a lot of stall with that deadlock barrier versus just the trip. Hail of bullets that Uni just heard. Choosing her moment to swing carefully. Catches Battison. Thought more were coming out of the smoke. Crosshair breaks. But Lily shows up to annihilate 2 more. Those Sen Otters tripped up before they could even smell the B site. And C9 getting ever so closer to that finish line.
It was gifted to them right now for C9 for Sen Otters to grab these orbs. C9 playing turtled up. I think also the name of the game, if they continue to play this way for C9 on a defense, there's still a chance for Sen Otter to come back in this one, because we've seen the nature of how kind of Lotus evolved when C9 was playing very passively, towards their sites and just trying to leverage on their utility to stall. This time around, though, they're trying to deny the orbs, but also look for the trap play right in front of you.
Must convert for Sen Otters. And a strong buy, but man, Avery is getting pushed by Prowlers and more, having the spike. A lot of reliance on Sen Otters, how they're crossing into B from mid. This Battison floored by a Sheriff, of all things. And this was Battison who almost had an ace in that pistol round and has been quiet ever since. But Sari, oh, the backstabs, the 2-for-1. Bit of a lapse for Sen Otters, as now Avery will try to join May and see if they can even get the spike down.
Sen Otter is so focused on the insert that May has, and somehow you have a Cypher in your comp, yet you're still getting backstabbed by Sari, who picks up 2 kills
Spike
that way.
Planted.
There's a great chance, easy for them to upgrade 2 weapons for Cloud9 on middle and to play this 4 versus 2. Look how it's planted. It's not really there for Sen Otters to play the cleanest pulse plant. It's up onto the surprise factor of May with the paranoia.
See how they swing into main, or how they're gonna watch this doorway as Marceline caught in the midst of a hail of bullets. Sen Otters play this game of cat and mouse, and man, they're fragging out of their minds, and Avery with 4 clutches it out. 2v4, by the way. Sen Otters, that was insane.
Guys, we're on a 4 versus 2. Why is Marceline walking out solo, and then we have Gia TPing out? No 3-2-1 swings. She's swinging out alone. The other one swinging out towards the box with solo. We had 4 2v1s in favor of Sen Otters on what was looking so good for C9 on the backstab from Sari. Yes. Who did absolutely everything that she could. Excellent attack side. Excellent flank on the previous round. And you let the bonus round slip. But thankfully, silver lining is that you don't have the best of weapons for Sen Otters in this current round. Hash shields across the board. I could do some huge damage here if you're connecting headshots with these phantoms for C9.
Speaking of former teammates, you have Avery versus Uni from those Ghost Gaming GC2 days. Different rosters and a different day, as Sen Otters still have to double their score.
Face your fear!
They will be seeing a 3rd map. Nightfall ensues. Avery and the rest trying to settle in. And C9 have to have Sari in a safe position, who's been ever so dependent on these solo heroic situations. Now Marceline gets to creep back in thanks to a Prowler. There's so much pressure for Sen Otters to protect themselves on that spike carrier. Now Marceline trying to get busy is the ultimate. Rains down on the parade. Avery, I don't know about clutching this one, champ. As C9 get back on their feet.
Funny how Sari utilizes pretty much the same wall on attack and defense, but I like this wall on defense as well. You're forcing a lot of crosses to really get into the A site. My only caveat is that if there is more splits from Sen Otters on the top middle into the A link, into the garden, really for the backside of the A site, doesn't really give Sari a chance to really anchor up in her spot. You saw how she was really pushed out here in front of the cave, but because there was no pressure coming out from garden side, then she could just hold her wall and let our teammates rotate here from the 3 players onto the A link. So this timeout, I think, should have the conversation that if this look from C9 continues to look this way on how they're anchoring up on the extremities, I think the mid splits should be important. If not, a late lurk from Oasis should yield tremendous value if you're able to backstab those players rotating onto the A-link of C9. So let's see how it pans out in the next couple of rounds. This has to be the most crucial round into the half that they have, or into this map they have for Sen Otters, because you're definitely seeing that they're forced buying into this round number 17. They don't want to play for the overtime, so they're hoping that these 2 rifles from Oasis and May could do some damage.
It's crazy that the double duelists of Battison and Invert aren't clicking as well. And I mean, Invert has to go from such a different playstyle of being a Vise that was able to just kind of play solo, play off their walls and kill, to now on the Neon, you have to be fast, you have to kind of make that space. It's very different. It's not the first rodeo for Invert, but based on the number of assists, you're still enabling the rest of your team to survive, but just based on the scoreline, So much more is demanded of Battison and Invert on the attacking side. Speaking of space, early round, just a lot of focus into looking at the middle of the map. It's where Sari and or other people from C9 have prioritized their footing.
Yeah, Sauter was just waiting for the 14-second smoke to dissipate here as Gia throws the one-way. So they walk contact and realize here that it was all a ruse, that they're playing turtle up once again for C9. So again, this is what I'm talking about. The late inserts could do some good damage against C9 here.
Be an important moment for Uni. Already catching what a paranoia through the midst of Sen Otters caught. The deadlock barrier too to prevent anyone from speeding into C9's defense. Is slowed down, tripped up in their tracks. Once the barrier comes down, I mean, the rest of C9 start to get crushed. You just made Sen Otters angry. Avery could use an upgrade, but it's just going to focus on getting the plant down. And 3 versus 3 is Uni is on their last breath as well. Prowler not going to be able to get through
30 seconds left.
Deeper into the site there
Spike
for
planted.
Lily and friends retake. Prowler and Seas, Sen Otters grouped up. Battison, right opportunity, right moment to shine. Make it a double kill as Marceline against the world to try and retake this. And Sen Otters will not take this laying down. They'll continue to survive.
Gotta thank Invert for swinging at the last second here to save their teammates to allow Sauter to get this last round, but it was looking tough. They took a long time here to actually go for a plant, maybe playing similar style as C9, just forcing out rotates off taps. But thankfully, they were able to hold their ground. I think at the end of the day, the slow contact worked out in their favor too. There was a little bit of a slight mistake from Oasis walking through that smoke, needed to wait for their teammates to be a little bit more proactive around the map to really force the focus onto the A link before they could decide to move outside of that smoke. It'll continue to be an uphill battle here for Sauter.
Okay, Avery in a bit of trouble. Okay, but C9 are not going to push that corner. Been able to mark Avery and just kind of make them force some util out. The same sort of trek for Sen Otters. Much more passive towards mid, but like you said, C9 do play a little turtled up. And now that you have the Viper's Pit on the right side, it is gonna be a work around it or work through it for Sen Otters. Bring them down. Lily though, and Uni. Gonna try and swing into this. One bullet through 2 bodies. That's gonna be really all she wrote for this round, feels like.
Here. Deleted.
Almost feels like the pit's over.
Last player standing.
I mean, at this point, they were trying to trap play in front of that B line again. It would have been good because if you looked at it, Aver was holding that line solo with the spike, and if they continue to press forward for Cloud9, just to see how kind of Sen Otters are setting up their defaults on their attack side, it could give them a better idea of how they could start their defensive rounds. That said, into the mid round, in the pit, you have a deadlock wall being thrown on the B side. You know the pressure's coming in from the middle, yet you still wanted to walk contact in that angle and get punished here by the black shot of Avery instead of trying to play a little bit off angle, trying to play off each other so that the GC Sheriffs could prove the point that it's probably the best Sheriffs that we have in the game. That said, still money. It's going to be enough for them for this round. Big ults for their side too. They could stall this huge cycle ults from both Avery and Battison. Probably steal this map away.
Bring them down.
Something special about these Sen Otters timeouts, but now you're out of them and you have to go all the way to the end. This is not a sprint, this is turning into a marathon. Absolute stillness too from Sen Otters. Trying to see, can you catch C9 being impatient? Nothing is going to be given. Sen Otters will have to earn this round win as they converge into mid.
Cage trigger.
C9 needs to start moving a little bit more here. You've already had one jiggling towards that B main and Marceline holding on the other side. It's been a minute. You haven't heard or heard anything yet. No pressure on that side. Maybe second Prowler is about to come out. And that if that does keep those 2 players anchored up over on that B site, Sauter is actually a great spot.
Joke's over!
Stop neural theft and a second kill. Sen Otters are thriving. They're blossoming. And just when I thought Lily was being in a position to kind of tuck away into cover to mark this, to play for the Nightfall retake, C9 just get caught.
Gotta go.
And send Otters the perfect punish for the round to continue, or for this game to continue.
Spike planted.
Marceline won't let this be free, but at 200 credits, very low credits across the board. Yeah, you'll maybe gift a round here and there to send Otters, but with C9, you just can't choke this.
They gotta move around this map, man. I really didn't like how static we stayed for C9 in that previous round. Finally, I think the one person trying to find some map control is the one that's weaker on site. So Siri trying to move forward solo, which shouldn't be the play if you're pretty much looking at how the positioning for the X's were and where the deaths came across here for C9. You had, again, 2 players playing towards that mid side, or sorry, towards the B main in front of the sonic sensors. So you're not really trying to leverage information, trying to play turtle up or stall so that you try to find some fights towards middle as like a buddy system. Your buddy system was all gonna have to be through the reactive plays of that B main look, and then everybody else is kind of just isolated on different spots. You saw one at top middle, which is Geo solo. Geo was on the A-Link solo. You had Lily that was playing solo on the top middle, and then Siri solo on A side. So when that happens and Sauter could just continue to walk contact with more bodies in your favor, then you're starting to see the results of 3 versus X scenarios again.
All right, no more timeouts. I'm starting to think there's no more second chances for C9. I mean, not gonna have a good buy here, just a hero vandal, and that's about it. But what C9 can do on these lower buys can also be quite special. They got a thrifty on their defensive half on Lotus, but that's when rounds are starting to be traded. And as long as C9 just keep trading rounds, that would be ideal. But Sen Otters, it's momentum. It's a 3-round win streak. It's Nightfall v Nightfall. This is gonna, if that gets invested from C9, they better pull off a thrifty, or they better just invest in the round or the next round, where they can just dump everything and hope they can just get the match point.
Yeah, I think the issue as well for C9 is that they're playing a deadlock, right? So there's no Cypher Cam over on B side. There's no scripts. There's no Vice as well to like try to stall. So you're just trying to play like different angles over on the side of C9 while not being proactive on different spots to give value for Uni to play around her utility. Now, as they stack towards this A side, it's just an eco though. It's okay.
Still, it's a good trend for Sen Otters to find Marceline out in the open and punish her. Making this a clean round always helps. Maybe a Marceline kill would have been nice to get the overdrive earlier on, but hey, Sen Otters, they're proving that they are just heating up. They are just getting started. They, like we said, they had to double their score. I think they were down 4-10 at one point. And now it's 8-11. As Gia won't let this be a flawless.
Yeah, add another one to the tally, of course. Should be a 9-11 quite easily for Sen Otters, but just to continue to the point of Uni with the deadlock util, I think at this point you have C9 once again. They need to be proactive around the map. I think if you're gonna try to throw like a deadlock wall, very similar. If you think about it in terms of like how teams kind of cook with the deadlock on Bind and Ascent, when the wall, or even Sunset, for example, when you throw the wall, if it's not being shot instantly, your guess there is that there's no pressure on that side, and you can lean more over on that on rotates and get ready for an actual site take or map control from your opponents. If that's not happening right now, and you're still staying and just trying to watch angles and trying to spot your opponents, you're just gonna get picked off. This time you saw here for C9 on an eco, I like, yes, that you're trying to gamble stack towards the A side, but at the same time, you're still moving players solo, you know, out into the orb area. You're trying to surprise opponents maybe through your own Viper wall, but if you're looking at the comp that they have here, you need Gia to maybe try to play from Garden to flash to fight towards the orb. but it still makes it very difficult for them to go for explosive hits and fights.
Again.
You don't have their initiator and your smoker.
I could use
That's your only flasher as well to try to go for these aggressive plays. It worked out when they're going for side execs on the attack side, but on the defense, you gotta try to find ways to get value out of it.
Talk about a valuable half for St. Otters. They've now won more rounds on this half than the first half. They're starting to run away with it. 4 in a row. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Not even needing to invest a Nightfall against the Eco C9 previously. So still a lot of tools to go the distance. Marceline has an op too, but St. Otters have really not pushed this B corner too much.
I'll find you.
There you go. They're finally moving around the map though. So Uni breaks that Prowler, which gives Marceline the line. So you could stay confirmed and confident that there's nobody really re-hitting towards that B side. Now you're able to rotate 3-player towards A. So that timeout, talking about the macro, moving around the map here for C9, super important. Let's see how the next wave is going to be held by C9 after. The wall is still up. You're not trying to grab net throw. You're not trying to deadlock wall to try to find pressure. It's just going to be once again off contact and maybe get an annihilation out.
Face your fear!
A little nervous. Nightfall hitting Sari. Maybe Gia on the teleport back. Going fishing, and Uni will profit. Now the hail of bullets right through the smoke as C9 put up the wall and put a stop to the Sen Otters comeback. Avery and Invert 2v4. This is a situation that Sen Otters have turned around before, though. C9 just need to confirm the round, and Marceline has the kiss of death with the op. Invert will be also buried in Cloud9. The match point, seconds away from forcing split.
And it worked out. And I think St. Otters, as I've praised them on the first map, how they kept things very simple on the attack side to make it work in their favor, was trying to just leverage ults and follow behind it. And as Avery tries to do so and ult towards the A side so the rest of their team could follow behind them, well, that's where that positioning, the early position for Marceline and Uni, allows for Uni to be prepped up and ready to deadlock wall and ulti and just thwart the St. Otters push. Beautiful play for that side. Now you don't have that ult to work with anymore. And you also have given the tell though that you have the operator going into this round. So I like how this time you see how St. Otters adapted to this rather. Prowler to camera just to see if the operator is going to be there to start. And now they can work around the map a little bit more.
Yeah, this is going to change the entire game of how St. Otters can approach when you know there's an op. So just trying to stay behind the smokes, but that's also how St. Otters got demoralized when they just got spammed through the smoke at these choke points. It's not how they take the space, it's how they actually get onto the site. And beautiful shot from Marceline, the op at the ready. The haunt taken down as Marceline repeats and won't go for that one again, not with St. Otters watching. Now you're not able to punish that op, so St. Otters are left picking up the pieces, and against C9 at match point, it's gonna get scary.
That haunt hit all 4 of them, by the way, so nobody breaking that haunt. They weren't even flash by either, as Gia utilized
30
her
seconds
flash
left
towards the A link. Allows C9 to be a little bit prepped up and ready. Still has snake bite from Sari if St. Otters are just looking for that last second pivot.
Where are you? Here we go!
It's Invert putting down the red carpet, trying to go deep into the backside, finding Gia, who escapes through the smoke, and Sari gets a 2-for-1. Amazing stuff. 8 seconds is all St. Otters are gonna need. Get the spike down. Marceline hunting towards the top of the site. Nightfall from Lily, and just swings out. St. Otters were ready, but C9 had the numbers, and they will force split, stealing away the St. Otters map pick.
All right, prep coming in for C9 was just trying to make sure they could string both halves together. It looked like they were struggling a little bit towards that second half, but as soon as you finally had that timeout from the coaching staff of Cloud9 to talk things through and try to cycle the ults in their favor to the best of their capabilities, it worked out and they were able to close this out. And now we have a series here, Lemon Q, where both teams, they trade each other's maps, and split, though, as we mentioned before, should still favor St. Otters here. So I'm looking forward to see what Cloud9 has prepared going into this third one.
Yeah, C9 an 8-4 half. That's what I wanted to see. Not just that explosive start, but being able to maintain that through the adaptations Sen Otters bring to the table. Because their timeouts, there's such a big change that happens on that team that C9 were able to keep up this time. And man, did they ever glow up knowing just how high the stakes are. But like you said, splits coming up. Double duels is something Sen Otters like to run a lot more. But we'll see what C9 have in store after this.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
All right, map 3, the big decider of who goes on to playoffs and who has still a chance at going to GCC between C9 and Sen Otters, which I still can't believe these two are even in this position in the final round, but they also trade each other's map picks, so that's also a kind of a tide turner.
Ends up being an interesting third map for sure for split between these two teams, especially as you mentioned here, and you laid out the land perfectly, Lemon Kiwi. It's loser is unfortunately out. Winner gets to move forward into the main event because this is our last week or last day of the Swiss stage with these two BO3s that we have on stream today. First one being this matchup here, so there's still plenty of Valorant to move forward. But this to resume back into, summarize back into what happened here on the side of C9 and Sauter on Summit here was just some good hits coming in from C9, some good fights towards the end where finally the timeout really helped C9 close out that second half. Because if it wasn't for that timeout and trying to leverage and maximize the ults and Deadlock's utility, it was potentially a chance for us to see a good overtime between Sen Otter and C9, and for Sen Otter to maybe close out on in 2-0 fashion, because C9 were just looking a little bit lost into the early rounds and into the mid round until the timeout happened.
What keeps happening is back-to-back MVPs for Marceline, but she does not look that good until a team kind of enables her to do that. But she just balances that aggression to just minimizing risk, like getting the slowest ace of all time, but also just being impactful every single round. And it's when she's on the board, when she's alive and around, you have to just be on the back foot to be able to absorb that kind of aggression that C9 like to put out. And how important her role will be on Split, I mean, can't put it into words. And we'll see if you'll even invest into a second duelist, because Marceline doesn't really need anybody else.
Yeah, and for Sen Otter's side, to utilize two duelists and they couldn't activate them. So if this is going to be look on Split in terms of compositions, because you mentioned before going to the break, they do like to play double duelists on their side. Either it's going to be Jet Raze or Phoenix Neon. You switch things from time to time depending on the matchups that you've had. But you've been on and off in terms of results for Sen Otters with these different comps. Hopefully it pays out this time around too on getting some reps in and understanding a little bit more into this Neon Phoenix. And if you've already tried to adapt that on a map here like Summit, I would assume here that you want to continue that forward going into Split. So I'd like to see here, what I would like to see Lemon Kiwi is going to this third map for us to try to leverage and maximize the aggression of what Phoenix brings into the comp. If it's not to frag out like Sato, it's maybe to leverage spike plants, orb control, just to try to get the 100 Thieves way of getting Reddit backs as much as possible on your site hits here for Sen Otters as they start off on the attack side.
All about setting the tone, and Sen Otters, when they are on attack, they've been really good at punishing Marceline, who likes to be a more forward defender, if you will. Not like sliding into you kind of defender, but one that likes to command that presence. And Sen Otters, if they can punish her or even the Sentinels on that team, although I think Uni has been really fantastic throughout the series on the Vise, I think Sen Otters can find a really strong way in. But like we said, it's activating those duelists. You have to justify it when you have more of a selfish util set, if you will. And it sucks because you thought Battison was surely activated when you had that 4K off the pistol, and then wasn't able to do so for really a lot of the rest of the rounds. So you need to see consistency out of Sen Otters, while C9, I think, have really found that stride.
Yes, and speaking of that Vice, it is an important agent to have on Split against the two duelists that could be utilized for the side of Sen Otter. If it was going to be a Raze and a Jet, then the Vice maybe might not be the best of agents to use because of the satchels and the dash and the updraft. They could just get over all of that Vice util. But if you go back into the Neon and the Phoenix, I think this is a great opportunity for them to play very similarly to the Deadlock on Summit, to try to just utilize the wall to block off one site and to stack up on the other. I'd like to see that happen a little bit more here for Cloud9, and also leverage maybe the same style as, you know, Leviathan utilizes the fade on the top of the A site of that rafter, heavily utilized and well on how you could just fade, seize, delay, and just spray through the Viper walls to get so many picks on their side on defense here for Lev. There's lots of looks you could have on defense for C9 to start, and we'll have to figure out here once you get into the agent composition.
I wonder what the prio is going to be around the ops too. I thought Marceline looked really clean on the op, and more of a warm-up for Sen Otters when it came to Lotus in that 1 or 2 rounds that they brought out the op. But for the team like C9, they've also liked the snipers on the anti-eco. Speaking of either the double marshals, the outlaw from Uni, that's been some really strong looks. But that's if C9 actually do get the pistol, which they got both of them on Lotus, and then Will Summit was more of a back and forth thing. So see ya, because I'm sure getting into screens with an op, defending from screens, or getting onto that side of the map with a sniper is going to be pretty important. On overall, maybe these teams are just not going to want to invest into it, especially if you're not feeling it.
Ooh, a Clove coming out from a interesting look here for Sen Otters. Maybe because you have Battison with the Phoenix, they could really just be self-sufficient in terms of the map space, map control you're trying to get here for Sen Otters, but May here as a Clove. Remember, this is another agent that allows for you to be very self-sufficient, but the kit is definitely not enough in my eyes to help you into team fights or side execs. So I'm intrigued to see. I'm expecting right now May, Battison, and Invert to just be a pack to work together for their attacks. I'm expecting this to be very fast hits as well, Lemon Kiwi, where you don't really default around the map too much, and that will give a chance here for Oasis to activate a little bit more on their lurks as is Viper on attack.
And that's a first time for Sen Otters when it comes to split. To replace the Yeoman seems to be like an on the fly decision, and to do it in a map 3 last round of the Swiss stage, everything on the line. We'll see if it pans out for the Sen Otters, while C9 were able to force this map 3 after having such a strong start, but then not able to cross that finish line on Lotus. Takes a lot of composure and maturity to go to a map that you're less experienced on, like Summit, and still have a pretty strong win, 13-9, all things considered, and to stop that comeback from Sen Otters, because there's always a resurgence when it comes to Sen Otters, especially when they take timeouts.
Well, pistol round's about to start, and Oasis will have the responsibility to listen to how much pressure should be coming towards them on this A side. You could also see from C9, or it's contact, or just going for the straight paranoia flood right into A main. Yeah, that's going to be the case. We'll activate now.
Oh my God.
Or, yeah, for Sauter to move towards B.
Got hit by a truck. That truck's name is Marceline. The delay that Uni creates too, this deadlock bear and the snake bite too, and you caught May in the midst of that. It's amazing isolation. Sarah will be tucked away into safety. So will the other with the flash that Battison put out, who continues to be the X factor of Sen Otters when it comes to the pistol. Will Battison be able to keep on swinging through the rest of the rounds? I want to see that too, with C9 on the drop down from heaven, sending a few there. As a big catch from Avery once C9 were so focused towards their own spawn. Comes down to that last 1v1, and C9 come out on top.
A little bit of dancing for G as well after the 1v1, but that ends up being a very nice C9 round in the end. Sen Otters almost had the round thanks to the clutch from Avery. Potential, but Gia just gets the laser beam classic shot right onto Avery. I love the start that we had from both sides, but it also didn't give me a chance to talk about it. Notice the agent change from Uni going into this map with this deadlock. I think, as I mentioned before, Vice very good to stall this double duelist on the side of Sen Otter, but I think this is also going to be very nice in terms of Uni as this agent. If it's not being cleared out because you're not playing, for example, any Skydogs or any util that allows for the sonic sensors to really activate at this point, it gives a chance here to really stall in the same way. The fast hits potential from Sen Otters, but also with the Gravnet that could really just stop first wave, second wave hits.
It's that Marshall from C9, just one of them this time. Marceline centered on her island with Sari with the judge, so worst comes to worst. There's layers to C9 that you gotta peel back. Is re-peeking into the double duelist. Oh my God, Marceline is fearless. And Gia will get her one as well, shutting down B. And now it's just duck hunt. Sure, no one is punishing Marceline. 46 HP. Senators not able to trade, and pretty disastrous start to a save anyway.
She did her damage. Avery's down to 16, invert to 60.
Toxins
No
going
choice
up.
but to try to Hail Mary into a B site for a plat, maybe. Oh no, they're thinking that this
Okay.
and now Hail Mary
One
back on the
enemy
B site. They're
remaining.
trying to get a plat. It's going to be an easy round. Closed out by C9 in the end.
Flawless.
This would be nice too. And we'll get it.
That's the 4th pistol and anti-eco of this whole series that C9 have converted. We'll see if the bonus will be on the dock as well. The Senators, good to note. There's a Marshall in the mix. There's that Viper that likes to sit in mid. How are you gonna address that? How much of Avery's utility do you want to use? Kind of space out from people in that smoke.
Try again here, Lemon Kiwi. Another paranoia crunch. This time onto the B main. She is about to throw it down. It should punish May here.
Love these run-it-downs from C9, but they're not going to push their luck too much. Senators are going to try and fight their way back. Sonic sensors. C9 want to draw them into this trap. Prowler not going to mark Marceline. Surely Senators not going to go for this, right? They are going to send Madison. Now a moment. Ooh, okay. Marceline peeks early. No trade for Uni. Still relying on the sonic sensor that eventually gets found, so Senators get ahead.
I can respect the play from Marceline to try to peek out, but I think they still had the opportunity to stall and wait here, especially that Uni still has her wall up, waiting for the cycle for the graph net. There's no place for from Senator yet, so gave him a chance to stall a little bit more. But May, as you can see, they're using smokes to like break walls and stuff. That's not going to leave them too much smokes to go for an actual site exec. And with this push from Siri,
what is going on over
left.
here? We're just jumping into the garage. All right, well, get the round over with. Senators, hey, patience pays off. They like didn't even leave spawn, and most of the kills came to them.
One enemy remaining.
Bit of a surprise on the
Spike
flank.
planted.
Oasis addresses it, and Senators will deny that bonus here from C9.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate too that Siri just got caught and found, because that is not going to allow for Siri to push as aggressively as she wants to for the big flanks when it was actually left as a gap was thrown around by Oasis. And now, probably in the future rounds, Senators will want to keep one player kind of just set up for the prevention of that push on the A side, which should be the continuous responsibility of Oasis should they continue this type of Viper Wall lurk style that they were trying to do here for Senator. But like I said, it almost feels here that for C9, they force themselves into the wait from Senator. I felt like because of Siri's push out for the A side back into the spawn, you don't force yourself to double push into the B garage because you already have all the information and they're not going to be on the A side. So putting yourself in a 2 versus X scenario and just give your lives away and not able to convert a bonus round. So at least an operator comes out. You talked about the prio of the operator for C9. Already Marceline's posted up on the A ramp to try to go for a pick.
So much to learn from C9 when it came to that last round. Just how aggressive they can be, so Senators can play a super conservative early round. No one's home. Madison already reset, didn't even really get eyes onto the site. Just spammed through. Mystery person in the smoke. And there's Marceline. She hits her mark. And Senators will have to just take note of a sniper on the high ground, so now wanting the safest plant ever.
I want to fight spawn. Gonna try to ulti and fight spawn potentially here.
Blinding.
Have the spike two, and now the backstabs come in. Marceline makes her way from behind. Madison left out to dry, and he just walked into the crosshairs of C9. And she has just been nonstop shooting bodies too. I love it.
Confidence into the third map for sure, but I am just questioning that round for Senator. First off, Oasis peeking onto the A ramp when Aver was trying to dog up in the first place. You're peeking for the Prowler and you die. Then when you're actually tapping the spike, when Nightfall's available for Avery, you're not trying to go for the slam and try to fight while they're at low HP, but try to contact up And as you get stalled here by the Nightfall, by a Paranoia thrown by Gia, out of pure instinct, it just left themselves deer in the headlights, not watching each other's backs. Marceline gets 2 easy kills, triple kill into the round 2 with no communication coming out from St. Honor. That is a fumble moving in here and putting themselves into a very bad buy. And when I talk about this, Lemon Kiwi, a bad buy, and you're letting your tip of the spear be Madison as is Phoenix just play with the Sheriff instead of giving them a rifle.
Oh, sneaking past the deadlock barrier.
Watch out!
But hearing that sonic sensor does make Madison a little bit uncomfortable. This is all just to create any delay, but C9 can't really create kill opportunities, but rather just stall out St. Otters. So you let them play their game, and maybe the game is to just play off the Nightfall here of Avery.
Now, you know, TP towards the B main. St. Honor are not reacting back to move back towards the B main, so they know the finish is on A.
Another pick opportunity for Marceline. Does the wall come up to try and break this up? Important for Oasis.
Face your fear!
Measuring the moment
left.
carefully as the Nightfall rains all over the site, but no targets to be found. It's just on the high ground as Lily is able to mark a few targets. And St. Otters find cover, find safety, and will in fact plant. Don't want to overthink the round when there's an op in the picture, but man, what a net from Uni. 1 down and many more to go. Covering their bases, covering on the flank. C9 just infiltrate from all angles and evict St. Otters like it's just their job.
The sliding no-scope op 2 for style points for Marceline onto Madison. Gia, as you can see, he's there and having a good time, but dude, I am just scratching my head on these plays from St. Otters so far. Yeah, you went for a Nightfall onto site. It's nice. The site's open for you to take, but then you insert 1 player towards screen solo, so you're trying to hold that on a solo. It doesn't work out. Doesn't give you a chance to really set up for crossfire setups on the post plant. Yeah, so that, I think the timeout here is just trying to clean up a little bit of the micro so far for St. Otters here. You almost saw at the beginning of the round here, Lemon Kiwi, when the wall was thrown by Uni on the top of the stairs at middle, and yes, it was crouched under by Madison, and she almost had like a clear walk into B heaven. That's also a reason why Energy just stopped playing Deadlock on this map too when Brock was testing it out. It happened not quite a few times, but once or twice where people were just able to slide through the wall and do some good damage on the top of B heaven, and they switched away for the Vice. This time around though, it's just simple things. It doesn't matter on the comp so far. The ult from Gia had enough information that the hit was happening towards the A site, yet while you still have 30 seconds left in the round, St. Otter did not try to stall or cancel the hit and still decide to move in, just didn't have the right positions in the post plant.
It's that same strong start C9 always start out with these big leads, but it's this first timeout from St. Otters that can really turn the tides. And a lot of this firepower is looking more consistent from Madison, but now you need everybody to be on the same page, or on a page at all, because Invert is not turning around the odds compared to Summit. But there's many more rounds of split yet to go. We have a 1-3-1 default here from St. Otters. Same sort of slowdown from C9, but trying not to be as aggressive. There was so much, C9 did so much conditioning at the start of the map of having Marceline run it down, and St. Otters always had to be ready to absorb that, and they just couldn't. Very small, careful round, curveball. Marceline playing into cover as best as they can, but this leaves Sari with no assistance to stop the pain train that is St. Otters. Maybe just that one and done, but man, the Prowler's beautiful!
No way.
2 shorty shots, 2 kills, and the spike is dropped between the 2 neons. Invert gets the punish at 8 HP, by the way.
Enemy remaining.
Makes this a salvageable round, all thanks to Oasis as well.
30
Needed to
seconds left.
outclutch C9 in these moments.
Uni has to retake with an op on a 1 versus 2. Yes, has Annihilation. That could be huge. If she's able to take down run right away, it's going to be a 1v1 rifle round.
Spike
Need
planted.
to know need to have some kind of information, or you're really just throwing the dice. But not going towards the back corner of the site just is really certain that there is a ramps player and just gunning it straight for them. Spots the barrel, but Invert is just quicker, and it's a Sen Otters thrifty to cut the lead.
Get ready. I go
Somehow
fast.
ends up being a flick that's for the decades here for Invert to win that 1v1. I think it's thanks to the barrel of that operator being way too long. Being spotted in the corner of the eyes, POV of Invert to be able to flick on time for that kill. If not, a 1v1 with Annihilation. There was a possible chance for Uni to get that. And change the plan around, give the operator for Uni instead of Marceline, so that she can anchor up towards that B site. Marceline did an incredible job anchoring up towards the staircase, yet 2 players get punished for that push into sewers.
Okay, Invert. Alive and well. You love to see it. You floor the op from Marceline, and this changes how C9 have to deal with this. Annihilation. You're going fishing. Who is here?
Nothing there.
Nobody, but that's still good information that you've corralled Sen Otters towards spawn.
Okay, Siri plays the insert. If she could start listening for footsteps to see what happens, I don't think she should get herself known into ramen. This insert could be very important. Despite them losing 1 player early here for Marceline, especially with that wall, yeah, isolate that fight. Try to fight towards the sewers here.
It's easy
down
pickings.
A.
2 for 1 for Sari. Cutting down Sen Otters as Invert. Greedy, but has a teammate. They have the spike. They don't care. They're fearless, and they have the neon ult. As Gia will be the last one spared from all the violence. As Sen Otters
30 seconds
gonna plant
left.
down here in a second. Probably give this one to Oasis.
I'm out of here.
Or not. I guess they're on the high ground. Unfortunate. But still, a round win here is what's important.
Yeah, planning for them too, just to make sure you don't lose position of the high ground. And I gotta say, it'll be difficult for Gia, but she's clutched it before. We saw that pistol round on that 1v1 against Avery at the beginning of this map. Has to walk. And he got stopped. So yeah, I have to praise again Sari on the insert down towards that sewers. Her taking down 2, she did her job. Them going down into the fight towards middle, we went back and forth in that scenario there. It's just unfortunate because Sen Otter had more players to trade off of, and Invert did an incredible job just baiting those 2 players to focus on them so that Badison could come out from the sewers, and then teammates could rotate from the B side to have a 3-on-2 on middle in the end. Another one of those scenarios and situations where C9 are just a little bit off position after all the trades, and an opening is there for Sen Otter to take for the round.
Welcome to my world.
A lot of good opener opportunities for Sari. Positive every time, and can you stay positive here? Invert always landing these shots, knowing they needed to step it up, and so they have. The Sen Otters have their duelist anchored towards spawn. You have Avery by themselves with the spike. Big greedy moment, but hiding. Sari not expecting it. Sen Otters another round where it feels like all the kills just come to them.
Yeah, walking into ops for the last 2 rounds as well, and then even throwing this deadlock wall on the A side, not being shot, yet we still want to walk down towards middle and give up the pit. Yet somehow there's an over-rotate from Sen Otter towards this B site. Gia and Uni are actually there. When the site hit actually does happen, the net's available, you have sonic sensors, you can do some damage here.
Let's see what Madison can do to open things up.
Player standing.
It was 1 for 1. Not too bad. See what damage Uni can do, but at 0 credits, it's really worse for Uni to die in that situation, but we have ourselves a tie game. It wouldn't be a C9 Sen Otter series if we didn't have a tie at some point, forcing now a timeout for C9.
Yeah, Sen Otter is getting value out of their timeouts rather. Now it's time for C9 to do the same, just cleaning up the micro. Like I said, the 4 versus 2 or the 2 versus 4 scenario from C9 on that B side hit, definitely doable. Just they weren't playing with each other here and both watching different angles and just isolated themselves on different spots, walking into crosshairs where Oasis has done some good damage on lurks to be able to punish that. walking into the operators of the invert. Those are all freebies given away here from C9 on to Sen Honors. What has been a pain point for Sen Honors on the attack was when they actually were trying to go for execs, when they're actually trying to go for map control, they were just getting instantly punished by C9. And I think you could go back to that style. I think the way that you're trying to be more reactive on the first 2 maps on a defense, it makes sense because there's such big maps. You know, Summit being very hard to rotate across, Lotus having 3 sites to deal with. This time for Split, though, the rotates are much faster. And if you want to be a little bit more reactive, you could be a little bit more passive. Not too passive, but you definitely have a chance here to force your opponents to really get into your crosshairs because of elevations and how quick you can rotate across the map as well on Split.
I'm hoping for an aggressive round for Sen Otters. You have 2 agents that have a second life. So you see if May and Battison get activated here. But the ball is in their court, and they do like to wait the first 10 seconds to see if C9 have any shenanigans going. Especially when they're desperate, you never know.
It makes sense for them to hold spawn anyways here for Sen Honor because of how fast C9 have been antsy of walking into the crosshairs of the operator. This time you see the minute mark, you're trying to make a play. First Prowler came out. Second Prowler is also fine for them to waste if they want to, because you still have that run it back to be the main entry and site information taker on to Battison. So all of them group it up here. With the wall being thrown on middle, I would like to see a little bit more proactiveness. Why are we still jiggling into B main when you already have a one-way being thrown by Gia that's spotting feet? So please move over on the A side and stack up here. And finally,
Joke's over.
Uni's doing so.
Careful now.
All the smokes down. Sen Otters, the ball is in their court. Oh, insert and a catch. As Lily resets Battison. May is reset too. And Marceline lets it rain. And Sen Otters are put to a full stop. It's up to Battison with the second life, a second opportunity. And maybe what Oasis can do with the high ground, but Marceline knows that was a gap left behind on purpose. But that lapse gives Battison a chance. Marceline has to ace to save C9. 7 seconds. Sen Otters that have to plant. Marceline will get out and was baited by Oasis. No ace for you.
And she was just trying to go for the jiggle and hide back through the fast lanes. Good on Oasis to be very quick to spray down with the Phantom to save that round for Sen Otter. Because, man, did that not look good for the Sen Otters hit towards that A site. This was a lower buy that we had for C9 that almost converted. And like you said, they needed 2, basically 7 lives to win that round for Sen Otter. That was just thanks to the rotate from Uni with the Grav Net 2 to give tremendous value onto the lockdown of the 2 players over on the A side. Sen Honor were waiting a little bit too long there until they actually decide to hit towards the A site. But thanks again to Oasis on the 1v1. Keeping the dream alive for Sen Honors here. Lead ahead in this first half. Another stall because of the one-ways being thrown earlier on by Gia down towards Ramen.
There's psychological warfare between 2 ops, whether it's Marceline and Vents to ramps. Sen Otters trying to avoid that. Although Invert has looked so good ever since picking up that sniper. Oasis just has to kind of bide their time using the wall and just being a pillar of information. So we'll see how Sen Otters, when they're going to pull the Nightfall. You gotta know that the sonic sensors have been around here before. The barrier's been dealt with, so Sen Otters see how they want to either infiltrate into Vents or get into Sari's face. And Battison goes in alone. The Nightfall's invested, but no one's taking into Mail. You're also stopped at Garage, so Sen Otters have really lost their chance to fully utilize the Nightfall. Off opportunity though, and May just goes in solo, goes 1-for-1. Here are the trades for Sen Otters to get some traction. Marceline in the window trying to thread the needle with the op. Here's the defensive Nightfall, and this should be C9 confirming this. But Oasis has such a good position, but not the spike. And now no time as C9 head to the corners and away from the kills. As Marceline just gets the last laugh anyways. We have a tie game.
Yeah, not too
Listen
sure what's
up.
happening there
Kill
for
them before
Verizon
they
going
kill
into
us.
mail, because I like that they utilize the blaze wall to break at least a sonic sensor on top middle, because that has been a pain point for them to deal with. So that's a great opener. But then I think we're missing a little bit of a curveball to get into mail for Verizon to move through. So became free kills on that side, made it very difficult for Senator to split into the B site. And like you said, a little bit not coordinated to try to entry towards that site. May moves in alone. And yeah, no trades to instantly come out of that one. And C9 just had more numbers in the end.
This is already a different style, right? Because you don't have May on an Omen, bit of a different composition. You're going to map 3. Are you still resilient enough to go all the way, Senators? Because you started off our series having to do this big comeback. Now, this is the Senators comeback that we've been really excited to see. That 4-1 start from C9 is evaporated. And we have some lobby issues, so we'll sort that out here in a second. But there's also only one op left in this picture. And for the C9 defense, that's really changed just how much movement we can see out of Oasis on the right side lurk.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an important round for C9, a very expensive round at it. Actually important and expensive for both teams. I think right now this forces a half buy, broken buy for round number 12. Whoever loses this one here, especially with Uni, 2,300 credits left, and hasn't even gone into purchasing a shield yet, so won't be able to go for a buy. Needs a drop probably from Lele, which will be Lily, which would be Guardian, Bulldog, anything to help out. But the thing about the scenario, the fact that somehow Lemon Kiwi, this is still a 5-5 scoreline with not too much fragging going across the board here for Sen Otters, and it still make it work. And I think it's all thanks to Invert having huge impact frags previously with the operator on attack side, and also onto Oasis's punishments that C9 were trying to do on defense. That costed C9 3 rounds.
And also Marceline going toe-to-toe against Invert, where there was a battle of 2 ops in mid, and then Sen Otters forced C9 to have to adapt to that, to have their op somewhere a bit safer, somewhere that it can be recovered, and then kind of relying more on Uni, Sari to hold mail, which has been an important power position that Sen Otters haven't been easily able to take, and they kind of stagger in and haven't been fully synced. So both teams have 1 timeout each, and with only 2 rounds left in the half, you would think you'd want to definitely save it for the second half.
Yeah, I respect that too, because it has been going back and forth. Both teams finding good value off their timeouts as well. No need to really waste it on how it finishes here. Would be more impressed for this to finish on a 6-6 half, because you wouldn't want it any other way to see who's going to be moving forward to the main event between C9 and Sen Otters, and who unfortunately will be going home.
A lot on Gia to hold back this storm. Invert isn't that fast and loose type of Neon that sonic sensor may not be enough to protect Gia, but being behind cover is always nice. Uni is not going to be forward enough to catch anyone crossing in, so free orb for Sen Otters.
See here from what they were waiting with Gia's paranoia is just the jiggles coming out from Uni. And then as that happens, you're just waiting for the smokes to come back up. So now you could recycle one-way smokes back. But I don't like that Uni is staying here towards that B side. I'd like to see her rotate back to help out on the mid control here. Because now Oasis is doing a nice job to keep 2 players anchored up on the A side. Wait gives up mid control, which gives a chance now for Sen Otter to take B heaven.
Thinking there's going to be a split from Sen Otters, but they just completely overwhelmed Sari. At least she gives up the position. You still have all 5 intact here from C9. Now lurking in the smoke. Sari wants to find her moment, and it's now or never. Picks up 2 and can make it 4! And descends upon Sen Otters to give C9 the lead.
Last round before
when I talked about not enough rotates coming in from Uni to help on the top of B heaven, it comes down to Sari again. As she gets pressured on that B side hit, she's getting hit by the relay bolt, gives up the position on B heaven, and instantly goes down back towards the defender spawn to just help the team to flood back 3 players on the B site. and set up the trades. And she manages to flick left and right for a 4-piece.
Sound sensor
Put
out.
C9 back in the lead in this first half. Very nicely done. Now the operator back in hand on the A side, and Soda are looking for a Hail Mary hit into the A site.
I have the spike.
Full investment from Sen Otters. Just go into A, but how they do
Back up.
be different as Marceline, first pick with the op, is gonna set Sen Otters behind as May wants to be in the forefront of this with the second life. This Madison won't be able to use theirs. Not a surprise, but all that matters is how it all breaks down. 2 versus 2, and the spike is covered by the pit. May will be back to work with Oasis. And all Siri has to do is hide away. May will not be able to search
One
for
enemy
this
remaining.
kill in time. And it's all up to Oasis to salvage this for Sen Otters.
This is huge right now, though, for May to move forward, because that space given away in Oasis now could play pit inside of their own, or sorry, inside of the post plant. The tides have turned here, despite this being a 2 versus
30
1 for
seconds
C9.
left.
That's how they stagger in. Ooh, Chia with a really clean shot there, because he would have just desynced there. That's a real 1v2
Switching
opportunity
sides.
for Oasis. And now it's a real opportunity for C9 to go all the way, depending on if they can get another pistol under their belt. Only up by 2, but can they create more of a gap between themselves and Sen Otters?
Yeah, we're expecting a 6-6, but nice here for C9 to maintain a lead and now widening the gap. Marceline, looking from her position and also the buy that she has, would be nice to see a little bit of a support for her to run it down. But Gia has this paranoia ready. I'm not too sure if they're going to try to go for a fast B heaven play so that the other two could slow walk into B main. This is going to be potentially a fast hit to try to punish that.
See how Sen Otters want to absorb this. Oh, Marceline wasting no time. Frenzy in hand. Frenzy playstyle. Immediately infiltrating into Mail, but 20 HP and is pushed off from the Madison Molly. Distraction enough for the rest of C9 to flood in through Garage. And invert back against the wall. To try and get at least one for the road. And how are the bullets just giving that agent a haircut? I'm mad for them, but Avery, 1v2. Now they're mad. Sari and Lily, share of 2. Not gonna be able to stop the plant, but it was not fully committed.
Huge chance for Avery
Spike
now.
planted.
Because now you're splitting the post plant position. Lily's one-shottable.
Oh, just spotted on the other side of the box.
One enemy
Okay,
remaining.
now for sure. Bandit one shot.
I'll find you.
Where's that last person? That'll reveal it. Avery. Oh, she clutches a 1v2 against Sari. And Sen Otters will take the pistol. Now this game is going the distance.
Not even
This is going to mean a lot too for Avery because they lost their 1v1 against Gia in their first pistol. And this time in a 1v2 because of bad positioning for C9 in the post plant. It's going to give that momentum back for Sen Otter. Now, like I said, I mean, they for C9, they tried to go for the tap bait once again, just like it was Summit all over again. But you're not trying to play off each other once one is actually committed into the plant. Gave 2 individual 1v1s, and you're playing against Avery. And Avery has been a veteran in the scene since the inception of Game Changers. They're not going to let that go unpunished.
Prowler into garage. One step at a time. May, front, forward, judge. What kind of havoc can you produce? And it's an absolute hemorrhage. And going in for more. But kind of in the midst of the smoke. It got a little dicey, but the impact felt from May. A huge buy. Against Sen Otters, a pretty commanding anti-ego.
Yeah, May just want to show if this round, if this series finishes in favor of Sodar and you're hitting tab and you're looking at the scoreboard, that she actually had more kills than going into the game. She was just running it down with the judge, trying to get the last kill, running through a snake bite while being full vulnerable.
There we go. I said it's These two teams have traded leads back and forth, and it's not going to be a clean series to get to playoffs, but all they need is the opportunity to prove themselves, to get into GC, and for most of the players in this lobby, they've all gone to playoffs at some point. And for one of these rosters, they stuck together since kickoff, the other piecing together new additions. See if they can get the upgrades they need to push through another breakthrough. And now it's C9 trying to break through Garage.
Where are you?
And Invert with a Guardian to watch this. And another May Judge special. Surely they don't fall for this again. Oh, just a tag to scare them a little. To bait them into May's crosshair. Continuing to check this. I'm surprised May is sitting in this smoke. This is really, really greedy. But that's kind of the name of the game for someone like May. Just a bit of damage and back to square one.
Here.
Oh, if this is going to be the name of how you play it anyways, I think it's fine for you to play this with the judge.
Trying to catch it, trying to change it up, but sliding into the action. Invert just goes 1 for 1. Numbers for this attack, and May just didn't have the right moment. Bright gun out, and nice to at least get 1 kill with the range. This is a nice adjustment from Uni.
1 enemy remaining.
But a better adjustment from Gia to be teleporting to the high ground and dealing with anyone from Senators coming into Mail, so, or through Heaven. Kind of a, I would say an uphill battle for Avery, but more of a downhill one. Is C9 looking to confirm this lead? Nothing. No one is facing this music. No one is wanting to face Avery head on. And C9 take the lead.
Yeah, good shutdown though from C9 on the bonus round for Sen Otters. This became a nice little quick hit towards the end. And a slide tackle from Marceline, just too much to deal with. When I talked about here the first half where 3 rounds were actually given away by C9 that Sen Otter was able to take advantage of, it's now looking like Sen Otters are actually very much warmed up going into the second half. Even though they're trailing behind by 1, you're starting to see here through the kill distribution that there is a lot more comfort for these players on defense, so it could be dangerous here for C9 as they yet continue to work this 4-1 split.
May can still be aggressive and continue to look directly into the sun when you have the ult.
My ult is ready.
You know that C9 have been playing as the stack. An aggressive one at that. An orb given. C9 kind of playing with their food. And Sen Otters just wait without shooting a shot until now. Now C9 will get to work the map more after grabbing that orb.
There should be a run back cut noise, especially because the Nightfall was picked up by Lily in the first place. So they tried to fast lane and haunt to fake the B pressure, and then it doesn't matter. You just continue to ult once again in the second round back into the B site. It'll end up being a good that kill from Siri.
I'm out of here.
Nightfall right through as Invert. He's gonna try to punish. Even with the smoke isolation, Marceline and Uni just find their way around. They find their way through the defense. And it's Avery in a 1v4, so C9 going the distance after losing their map pick. Get ever so closer to that match point, especially where the credits are now for Sen Otters. This is getting into very dangerous territory for them.
It's a nice side executive as well for C9. The Nightfall, I don't think pinged anybody, but you still made sure that whatever lanes was not being covered by the Nightfall still had util to follow up with. So Lily had the seize. It actually hits the player towards the back of the site, renders them mute where they can't really get too much value in terms of noise to listen to, and then also losing HP instantly loses the fight on the 1v1 from Marceline jumping outside of that smoke for that pick. Again, I think with the whole cut noise type of play, the fact that Soda actually peeked out onto the A ramp to start, unfortunately really punished them hard, which allowed here for C9 to have a little bit of a window to execute towards that B site, because some players from Sen Otters felt like they had to rotate out to help out on the spot that they lost against Sari in the first place over on the A ramp.
Final time to talk to the coach for Sen Otters. We're out of timeouts now. Don't have the best of options in terms of ults, just May. And they haven't really been fighting for the B garage orb. Don't think too much aggression at A as well. So really it's up to C9 how they want to run the game. And you don't have a lot of credits on the Sen Otters side. So this could be C9 going to double digits. And depending on how this next cycle of ult works, we'll have Annihilation. We'll have a Marceline overdrive. There's so much at disposal here very soon from C9.
Saw a lot of pings happening too before we got into the timeout for the side of Sen Otter. I'm not too sure if they're going to try to go for any type of trap plays in their lower buy, or if this is going to be drafted up in the next round. So far with the split that we currently have, maybe it's to try to stall over on the A side a bit because Avery has invested into a hero vandal this round while the rest of them are at shares, which is an interesting look. I mean, they have enough credits to buy the next round too, but we're going to try to hold your ground here on the A ramp.
No charges.
Addison already forcing some movement. You just want to get your one taps. GC Sheriffs can go crazy. Hero Vandal for Avery.
Bring them
Still a
down.
chance to spam through. Prowler should mark how close C9 are. No eyes onto ramps. You're just hoping to cut them off before getting there. Now Sen Otters don't have anyone on the high ground unless Invert wants to make their way through there.
Nope.
That Haunt does let Invert climb back to that high ground, but C9 only care about what's within the site, and a few chances for Battison. Still goes 1 for 1. And C9
Gotta go.
definitely had their cage rattled, considering most
Spike
Sen Otters
planted.
had sheriffs.
Good news though is that they only lost a Spectre in the chaos of the backstabs on the A ramp, so not the best of weapons to still retake with for Sen Otter.
2 in
No
screens.
peeking.
Hey, we'll have another chance at light too if they want to just go out and bait. Now just the immediate reset. Gia is on a rampage and kills May twice. No time to shoot bodies. It's just time to lock in. Try to cash your ticket to playoffs. As C9 still have all 3 rifles still left and double digits, but still for most of Sen Otters having sheriffs and 1 hero.
Bye-bye. My ult's ready.
Decent enough damage, and even better to get a 3rd one.
And allow Invert, no matter what, to get the overdrive into the next round. But it's nice here, again, in terms of how C9 are currently executing into the sites, even though, you know, you haven't forced any rotates out for that previous round, they still had good utility to flush players out from understanding where the shots are coming from, the audio being heard. The GravNet actually did hit, but I guess through the chaos, the communication wasn't there that somebody was playing towards King/Benji Fishy. Thankfully, those shots weren't hitting too well there for Battison that allowed for C9 to really still take over the A site. Now this is the important round. After the timeout, rifles available for Sen Otters. And Battison's 1 away from an ult, but they're not playing towards extremity control here. They're playing Battison solo on middle. Try to contest the Viper Orb.
Speaking of someone that can take over, I mean, Marceline has been MVP on the first 2 maps. Has the ult. Information within the site here from Gia. They get a chance to spot Oasis. Not sure, but Uni has all the bases covered, and kills just kind of are gifted to C9. Barely moved out of spawn now. The decision's made for them. They surge onto the site. It's free for the taking. You have Sari exploring the rest of the map. Maybe could be coming up behind Sen Otters, and now it's just Avery and Invert.
Do we have the same strats on both sides with these teams?
1 enemy remaining.
That's tough.
So why are we seeing similar things where people are just walking into crosshairs at this point? The Omen ult going into B main, spots where Oasis is trying to hide, which I was going to say, well, this is going to be crazy for Oasis if they stay towards the back of the billboard, because there's going to be so much util that does not and will not allow for them to fall back into the B site. Get 2 players walking down like this, down towards Ramen, and then just simply get idiots down by Yumi. Manages to get a triple kill into the round, breaking the economy one more time for Sen Otters. Right now, C9 in prime position to put themselves at map and series point when there's no timeouts to work with for the side of Sen Otters. This is huge right now for them.
I mean, it's kind of crazy how we got dealt the Uno reverse card. We said this map set was favoring Sen Otters, and then they take Lotus, lose their map pick, and this is how Split is breaking down, which has been the #1 map pick for Sen Otters this Swiss stage. You can tell that the pressure's really getting to them. And we'll see if C9 will just be gifted another round, but now Sen Otters just try to hold the wall, hold the line. GC Sheriff's getting desperate. Madison opens it up, and even while C9 are concussed, they bring out the Annihilation and the Prowler. Sen Otters are now down 2.
They could just play power numbers to execute towards this B site. Should they want to. But the close smoke, they're going to have to wait that 13.75 seconds. Marceline's still going to try to duel it as a showdown when it dissipates.
Go, go, go!
Oh, with the speed of Marceline, how can you keep up? C9 are just this army that marched down. But this was also a bunch of sheriffs from Sen Otters. But now you have to play perfect from here on out. And it's a 5-round win streak for C9, winning every single one ever since the pistol. And Sen Otters haven't won a rifle round. They've only won the pistol and the anti-eco, and that's about it. And Madison still is the running back. You have the Nightfall, you have tools, but you have to string up a lot of rounds and try to pull this off if you're Sen Otters.
Lily and Marceline are about to do the summit play, so trying to bait out ultis and A site. Re-hit towards his B site. Somehow Marceline still gets a kill. What?
You don't have time to pull out the Nightfall. Marceline is just one step ahead. The Sen Otters now have to reach their true ramp and try to push as Madison activated the running back to at least get that information. But meanwhile, C9, it was all a ruse. They've activated at B, they've planned it, they've pitted. And this could be the end of Sen Otters and their chances of getting into GCC.
Careful now.
As May will at least temper the aggression here of C9, coming through the high ground. You got Gia, who just pushes back against the wave of Sen Otters, who find themselves underwater and drowning unless Oasis will give them a swinging chance. 2 versus 3, though, and the spike ticking down. It's now or never. You walk into a crossfire, and Oasis in trouble with no raft coming to rescue them. And that is it for Sen Otters. Cloud9 will advance to the main event.
I was expecting probably another 9-3 at the end of the day, but it's C9 that finds the victory by upsetting 2 maps that shouldn't have gone into their favor against Sen Otters. So preparation to make sure that your game plan stays clean, or as clean as possible on Summit and Split, has worked out in strides for them. I think the other thing too here, Lemon Kiwi, is that 3rd map change from having the Vice change out to the Deadlock so that you have one player that stays confident and comfortable in the role of the Deadlock. Worked out in their favor. And just unfortunately here for Sen Otters, the group that they had between the partnership of Blue Otters and Sentinels did not pay out. And Sari with the rest of the crew of Cloud9 are going to move on to the main event.
You know how important it was to represent that Cloud9 banner and the history that they've made in GC. And now they get to try and go to the end, to go to the main event and prove to everyone that they're the best. And there's one person that had a lot to say in that match, Gia shooting bodies, and I'm going to be excited to talk to her in an interview after this break.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm... With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
Welcome back, everyone, to Verizon Game Changers. We had absolute cinema for our first match between Sen Otters and C9, but only one could make it to the main event. So big congratulations again to C9, who, after losing their map pick, got right back into it.
Yeah, exactly. They looked good, actually, for C9 in map number 2 and 3. I was looking very scary. I was getting very nervous for C9 throughout the whole series after losing Lotus, and seeing how Lotus was lost by them too, in terms of like missing a little bit of micro here and there from their side. It's nice that they were able to turn it around. I think, again, the deadlock from Uni made it work to the best of their abilities on that second map of Summit, but definitely shined in the third map in terms of huge impact frags and utility available for their side, that they're able to get the upset victory on those two maps against Sen Otters. So unfortunately there for Sen Otters, but it's nice as well for C9 for the investment that they put into GC, into picking up a team for this split, allows for them to move forward here into the main event of stage 2.
Ah, geez, another map where Marceline's MVP, and you live and you die by this Neon. And I swear that it was Lotus as well, where both teams had the same amount of first kills. So equal opportunity for both sides, but C9, once they got confident, they got fast. And like so much so that Marceline is popping people mid-ult. Like it was crazy how C9 were running the map there at the end.
Exactly. I think their teamwork worked out very well. Like I said, it was very simple stuff that they did for Marceline and Lily on that winning round, just like on Summit, utilizing those two agents to sell a fake on one side, finish on the other end. And for those two times, actually it worked out. It pulled out the rotates for the side of Sen Otter, but thankfully this time around too, they actually templed a little bit more quickly, got that pit down, and also managed to get the victory in the end with a beautiful setup in that post plant.
And I'm so excited for this interview. Joining us for the Verizon post-match interview here at Game Changers, none other than Gia. Congratulations. You made it to the main event. And I remember hearing that first interview from you, you know, how nervous but excited y'all were to represent C9. So what does it mean to you to be part of the C9 team that go to the main event?
I'm very happy right now. I can't like contain my emotions. We had a hard start, and I'm very happy that we pulled through towards the end because we knew we had to win 3 in a row. So I'm just so happy to be here.
Awesome. And just to talk about that game, because you said a hard start, what was it in Lotus that made it slip for you guys against Sen Otters? Because it was basically your best map going into the stage. You're 4-1, had a great start on like a 4-2 lead, if I'm not mistaken, too, on the defense, and then suddenly it just didn't really work out in the end.
Honestly, I think for myself, I just needed to have more confidence. So I told myself that I was going to go into the next 2 maps, and I didn't care who it was. I was just going to shoot my gun and do my best.
Dude, you talk about confidence? I saw that on Split because you were shooting bodies left and right there.
The bodies got it too.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, what a spicy match. I mean, going all the way to the last map. Was there anything going on with maybe like former teammates going up against each other? You know, Avery versus Uni, Battison versus Sari. Was there any talk about wanting to beat some former teammates, or were you guys just, you know, more focused on getting to main event?
Honestly, we really like playing this team, and we really, really, really wanted to win. So all of us had that competitive, just like, we need to win, like, and we just held strong.
Yeah.
You talk about playing against old teammates, but I don't think I had a chance to speak with you, Gia, about new teammates too, because going into this pickup with C9, you had to pick up 2 new players, Uni coming in from the old Ghost Gaming iteration, and as well as Lily, who, when I was trying to find some information about Lily, she hasn't had an official game since 2024. So how did that come about, and how was the work to be able to make it to this point? Because it was a little shaky when you first started your weeks here for the Swiss stage.
Yeah. So with Lily, Marceline actually was former teammates with Lily. So she had highly recommended Lily to us since Drew's spot is super hard to fill, or Vanita's, sorry. So we figured Lily would be probably the best 1-to-1 compared to Drew. And then when it came to Ariel or Uni, she was our sub in kickoff on Ghost Gaming. So we had previous experience playing with her as a core. So it was a really easy slot in for us. It was very seamless.
And everyone had their pop-off moments, and now you got to pop off better than ever going into playoffs, where you join FlyQuest, Swimtrek, SRG, Spiders, Oxalotl, and Himmer. So is there any team that you're looking most forward to facing during that main event?
Honestly, I always love playing FlyQuest. Those are my really close friends. I love all of them, so I'm very excited to face them off in main event again.
Awesome.
What about SRG real quick? Because weren't they the ones that when you were in Ghost in the past, you had to go through the lower brackets? I think it was lower round 3. You had to play against SRG, if I'm not mistaken, right? It was, and then unfortunately it was the end of your road 2, if I'm not mistaken. So
yes,
having a nice little revenge against them with a roster change this time around, would that help?
That honestly, I didn't think about that. I'm very excited to play them because I love Benitez as my former teammate, so I cannot wait to play against them again.
There you go. I wanted some spice. I wanted to continue to spice.
When Gia's playing, there's always spice. Okay,
100%.
I can't wait to see y'all in the main event. Congratulations. That was an exhausting series for you guys, so I'm gonna let you go rest. Thank you so much for the interview, Gia.
Thank you so much.
And that was Gia for our Verizon post-match interview as Cloud9 advanced to the main event, which unfortunately means to say goodbye to Sen Otters. And it's kind of insane to kind of see that that level of talent, Vansili, especially a lot of them that have been mainstays in main event, not make it there.
Yeah, that's also the nature of how Valorant evolves from, you know, patch to patch, from months to months, because when Sen Otter and, or should I say Blue Otter and Sentinels kind of grouped up together to form this squad, it was such a strong team moving forward. It was a meta that fit them quite well. The chamber meta also fit quite well for them as well, to see how it really worked out in the map pool too. But unfortunately, it comes down to those moments when you're trying to just fix things a little bit too quickly, and you also have to think about a new meta, or how to readapt and how to reshape your image rather going to these tournaments. It's just a little bit harder. Unfortunately, they have to fall short this time around.
And speaking of who's moving on in these tournaments, we got one spot left in the main event of Game Changers, our last series of the day. The last one of Swiss stage is Secret Mask versus Catface. Only one can join Sen Otters and the rest in playoffs. So we're going to get our players into lobby. Y'all don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break.
Bye.
Fugat, vai!
Welcome back, everyone, to Verizon Game Changers. One last match of the day, one last spot to get to the main event, and someone's dream of getting to the GCC may die here. And if you missed out on our first match, you should go rewatch that. That went all the way to map 3. But who will come out of the Catface Mask Secret matchup? That's what we have on the menu.
Dude, you said to go watch it back, and then you said map 3. You're spoiling some series here, Lemon Kiwi.
I didn't say who won. I didn't say who won, all right? I'm
Most
just saying, it's a
though,
banger.
Don't go watch it yet, because exactly that. We have Mass Secret versus Catface that's coming up right now, and that's going to be a fun game as well. I think if you're looking at these two teams, Mass Secret, it's their first time that they're actually making it, well, should I say this far, when it comes down to their tournament showings, right? So Masks has always had so many different iterations of this organization. Went from Mask Kings, Mass Secret, Mask this, Mask that, and then finally there's no mask off, by the way, but it's okay. We're going into Mass Secret, where I think the lowest or the furthest that they've gone was actually through like the lower of the group stages before making it to Swiss stage. So they're hoping this time around with this iteration here of Carly, Fel, Logic, Sober Sushi, and Spooky, it'll help out for them to have a much deeper run and hopefully qualify into the main event today.
And we'll see if the past repeats itself. Logic, as that mainstay person from the original Mask Secret roster from GC1, fell short in this exact moment. Round 7 against Catface. Logic and friends on that team lost and didn't make the main event. Now, Logic has this brand new squad, Carly, Sober Sushi, Spooky, Fel, etc., all coming together, and this is going to be the best version of them. And like you said, for a lot of these players, this is the furthest they've gone. I mean, Carly, for example, has never made a main event or a Swiss stage until this moment, and there's so much synergy amongst them from their time on Skyline Secret, speaking of Carly, Spooky, and Fel. So, you know, friendship has lasted through the ups and the downs, but they hope to push through that new threshold of making the main event.
That's right. On the other side, though, for the side of Catface, this is not an easy fight that it's going to be for Mass Secret against Catface, because that iteration of Catface stays the same for this year. And if you remember here, Lemon Kiwi, from casting like even last stages or group stages or even round robins, they come out with crazy comps with an ISO, for example, that they like to play. And they've utilized something like an ISO on a map like Summit, and it still works in their favor somehow to just be so dominant. So I gotta say, across the board here for Raven being the timid one, saying, I don't know, Luna just tells him what to do. I just run in and frag out, and she does so all the time. But I also have to say that another person that's really unsung for when it comes down to these clutch scenarios, clutch moments, and also impact frags is Blue Owl for me. She does an incredible job as an anchor player from Astra to Omen, that I think that overall Catface for me is very similar to like Sen Otters and Cloud9. How the hell are they at this spot where their dream to make it to the main event could end today?
That's why I keep saying this has got to be one of the most competitive GC stages that we've had. That we have a lot of mainstays, a lot of veterans be in a round 7 situation. But like I just said earlier, this is not the first rodeo for Catface. They have made it through the main event GC1 on a round 7, beating Mask Treasure, different sort of version, and then unfortunately it just went 0-4 in their maps and main events. So again, Catface are another team that are still trying to prove themselves, and in this upcoming map set we'll see kind of who got ahead of this best of 3 before it even starts, because just on paper there's a lot more experience, a lot of firepower on the Catface side, but it's kind of these underdogs, this new generation of talent coming from the Mask Secret side that I'm really excited about.
Yeah, I think for me, it comes down to what preparation has Mask done here to get into the series, because to let Summit go through, like I've mentioned before, I've been so impressed of how they play this map. Speaking about Catface on Summit, on how they currently exec and how they're able to still find value off a NISO and a Jet to get some round victories on their side. Albeit they had a one-sided loss against Sen Otters in the past, so maybe there are some weaknesses that are potentially exploitable for the side here of Masked. But all in all, it is going to be so important for Mask to actually win their map pick here of Haven.
It's gonna be a grueling one, because now it's not just what you know in scrims, how you execute an official match, but in a last chance situation. and in a best of 3, which is also very unforgiving. We just saw in our previous series C9 losing their map pick, Senators losing their map pick. Like, what you know kind of gets thrown out the window when nerves start to set in. And for a lot of the people, I worry more about the mental factor on the Masked Secret side, where a lot of them, this is either their first time in a Swiss stage, a main event. There's some people who took a break and then came back, speaking of fell, but then kind of that rally that they did on Skyline Secret and GC1 and how it's helped them form this Masked Secret roster. Clearly they're trying to go to that next level, incorporating people like Logic and Sober Sushi, where Logic, again, they missed out on that main event, so you know that hunger is there on the Masked Secret side.
The tough part, though, for Masked Secret is that they've picked Haven, where if you're looking at the map pool that they currently have, maybe Ascent is their best map so far, and that's secondly banned by Catface. So letting that through in the first place but not picking it overall is quite intriguing for me, especially as you've gone 1 and 4 so far in this stage. When it comes down to playing Haven, trying to go from Open Qualifiers into now, you've lost a very one-sided fights against 2 of the top teams that we currently have in GC, being St. Otters 1-13 and an Axolotl 3-13. And I think because of that, you tried to go through different iterations and comp changes around where maybe playing the old school 2025, 2026 double controller has been working out in your favor here, or at least to find comfort to play on this map and to choose this map against Catface. I think also the other thing here, Lemon Kiwi, is that both of these teams actually have lost Haven to the Spiders in the first place, and Spiders have been playing a little bit more of that double duelist play. So maybe 5th time's a charm, or 6 times a charm for Masked Secret, where maybe they go for their finally another comp change to maybe throw a little bit of a wrench in the wheels here of Catface.
And Catface have been such a flexible team. Like, speaking of Luna Fox, for example, who used to be the duelist, now plays a lot of initiators and is kind of filling kind of whatever the team needs. Raven and Sekia have been trading a lot on the double duelist. That continues to be the case with Neon from Raven, who kind of what she said in the interviews of Luna tells me to go kill, and you listen to Luna. She's been one of the longest standing players on Catface, carrying that banner since 2023. So this team has a lot of trust in each other, and you let the shooters shoot, if you will. You let the thinkers think, and this is how this team has succeeded so far.
I love also that Catface currently in this matchup has changed out Elaborate from playing a Cypher into a Chamber. And Elaborate, for me, in this Swiss stage and in general for GC Stage 2, is basically like Starbound version 2.0, where Elaborate is just going to keep playing Chamber on as many maps as possible because they have sick aim, just like Starbound. We get as where Starbound from Axolotl will step away from the Chamber to play a little bit more of a Vice KJ to be more of a support player. On the other side, though, here Lemon Kiwi, Masked Secret are staying as their tried and true, playing the double controller to their favor, and that actually could be a great opener to take away the potency of having a Chamber for the side of Catface on this map.
A gift.
Yeah, you just need that take potential with the Chamber, so I don't mind going to something that can kind of have more staying power. So Elaborate now, Chamber, that works out. They have just been incredible for this Catface roster, and they'll be trusted to solo hold C. See how they set the tone on their attack. They're a team that clearly come in here as the underdogs. They've changed up their roster, and they find themselves in a round 7. It's the last chance to take a swing at this. Now it's a fight for that mid control. Nothing off the Sonic there from Luna Fox, and they advance quietly, but maybe right into the sightlines of Blue Owl, who almost got caught with smoke in hand. Sekia already testing the waters. His Mask are a bit frantic to respond.
Like what I saw so far from the macro of Catface, I also like how you set up the TP just to play an off angle on the top of the boxes and maybe punish somebody walking up. But overall, it's just Masked Secret stalling out the utility and stalling out the round, and they're going to start activating at the minute mark. Already from Catface, though, from the look from the defensive side, have no choice but to play soft site onto A. But the more that Masked Secret is slowly moving onto this A site, the more that it gives a chance here for Luna Fox to get the second refresh off the Sonic sensor, or the recon dart, sorry, so they could flood retake on their side, and there it is, now activated and ready to go for Luna Fox's belt.
Now at the top though, Luna Fox will be smoked off, but important information to be gained here was more focus on trying to prevent the plant, do some initial damage, and now you get the information. One player down below. But Catface smoked off. At least you know that there's only one in hell, so now there's every nook and cranny that you have to check. No paranoia as Catface just begin the flood. Blue Owl overwhelms Sober Sushi, and this smoke is really isolating some great fights for Catface. Make it 2 for the chamber, and 1 pistol round under the belt off of a successful full retake from Catface.
Yeah, 2 big kills from Elaborate too with the headhunter bullets. Like I said, Maskface did a decent job though to stall off the value that Luna Fox got off the recon dart, because that pinged 3 players twice. And then I think the orb, maybe Logic had a snake by 2 if I'm not mistaken, but it didn't really allow for Catface to really flood back into the A site. And yet, despite still having hot hands and not using it to clear out graffiti, the rest of Catface still managed to utilize systems, buddy systems, and trade off each other perfectly here. Actually, they didn't even lose a single player when they were flooding back into the A site. So it was actually quite nice on how they understood which angles they had to clear and did some huge damage onto Masked Secret. In the second round, though, Elaborate is trying to play inside the smoke. Nobody's shooting back, though.
Fearless, but also patient from the side of Mask. Head in, quick step, quick TP out, but Elaborate is not out of the woods yet, and it still gets 1 for the road, by the way, at 21 HP, which is kind of nuts. Mask, they seem to not come out of these engagements unscathed, and this turret taken down in mid, so now Mask know there's treasure coming, or there's trouble coming from mid. Mask are gonna seek some treasure. They only have pistols though, so you know, power in numbers, but they're leaving the site. They're getting smoked off, walled off from their spike. Their reliance on Logic is going to be pretty huge. He was peeking Luna Fox, who then gets crunched by Sober Sushi, but the retaliation, the answer from Catface is great. And the defuse still goes through, so it doesn't really matter. Not the biggest bonus, though, coming in for Catface.
Yeah, some good damage being done for Masked Secret. On top of that, getting 2 plants down, a lot of abundant money to move into their gun round. But look at that, Elaborate, because of the first couple of kills that they've gotten in that pistol round, and also saving the econ well enough, they're going for a glass cannon op into the bonus round of Catface, which I actually love. Because now this gives a chance here for them to just disrespect the Viper wall, and then jump on top of the boxes and try to get a pick into a late lurk of the A control. Ooh, not breaking that dart though.
That's tough. Same sort of slow approach from Catface. A lot of information from Luna Fox to see. Is A main ever a priority? Which so far it's not. A lot of mid or a walk down at C. As Mask really just want to keep their approach simple, but not able to protect their turret, not able to retaliate. We'll see if Catface, I guess they'll just play off the Bucky, because before Sekia was able to flash out and be a nuisance, but Mask are a little too quiet.
Catface had to play with no information. That's why Luna Fox had to stay towards the A line, because they didn't break the recon in the first place. But now you see the position from Elaborate being very potent here. They get cleared up by the drone. Now they know that the op is here. Might have Masked Secret cancel on it, but yet Neon still runs down Sofel trying to open it up.
See if this Neon ever gets stopped. You got massive pings on Mask. Just all marked down A main.
30 seconds left.
So Spooky is maybe trying to clear out an opportunity here at B. Get the catch on Elaborate. That drops the op. And Mask, this is salvageable, but they're now just going into C. And this insert from Sekia is going to change things. This could be a rampage. Quick trades. 13 seconds, though. And there's quite a resistance from the Bucky.
10 seconds left. Spike down.
Now Mask just barely enough time to play out.
Annihilated.
Spike planted.
And backstabs, though. Blue Owl will not know the flank here from Fel. This should still be a round coming in for Mask. And there you go. Imagine, though, that Raven would get the second bucket kill. That was a guaranteed round, no matter what, for Catface. Because that would keep Raven alive down towards that C line, spikes down out in the open. It doesn't matter if Blue Owl loses her life towards B. But thankfully, the trait was perfect, and the insert from Spooky was huge to catch some players off guard on a rotate. Especially Elaborate with that TP. So not readjusting when the turret gets broken, the trademark gets broken on the top B, just kind of threw Catface for a loop, allowing him for Mask to really work out the map in their favor here on Haven on the attack side. Now, Headhunter to walk down because, of course, no op this time around.
Yeah, so many good cutoff opportunities from Mask. The extremities, and this is a Nook that almost could have caught Mask off guard again. No quick enough TP from Elaborate. Has been punished a few times, so Mask, it's going to be a site that they continue to hit if they find success here again, and so they should, being up 5v4. Spotting the flank is dwindling the chances of Catface to have solid chances to catch Mask by surprise. In worst case, you have 100 Fury, but Mask shouldn't need to invest this, but the run it back right in their face is insane, and Mask just feast.
If there's a coach or an IGL, a timeout here. Because you are right, I think for the last couple of rounds from the anti-eco in round number 2 and that the last 2 rounds from Elaborate, they got caught. So spam with the Marshall being overconfident, punished on the C site, and they lose it, but thankfully it was an anti-eco, so Catface is still able to win it. Round number 3, a rotate TP, not being aware of where the inserts could be, caught off guard. 4th time, perfect insert, but then goes out for the Headhunter ADS before the peak comes out, just misses their own timing. Another punish there, so that's 3 rounds in a row that allows Masks to really get some good map control on a 5 versus 4. First blood going into their favor. And just unfortunately, the flood retake on the side of Catface was questionable at the least on that C site take.
Got a walk down, 3-person walk down from Catface towards spawn. Elaborate his control of A main. He's going to be able to maybe get a one and done and teleport out, and checking corners, caught out, no response as Mask just walking into the hands of Catface. Sheriff's coming in through spawn, it drops the spike, so Mask just keep getting hit when they least expect it, making an opportunity for Spooky to go on a rampage, confirms 3. And there was not much kickback from pistols of Catface, but this now opens up the C site.
Lunafox is available right now, though, so if Lunafox can get a pick, this is huge.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready.
Now, ace opportunity for Spooky.
Placing swarm grenade.
After the flood came their way, now it's time to mark Elaborate out for good, and it's a spooky, scary ace for Mask Treasure to get the lead.
Yeah, I was hoping to get more of an Omen smoke onto the trademark, and I'm not too sure if Blue Owl still had one. I would assume so. But you have 14 seconds to react more on the double peek into spawn instead of going past lanes where it just disappears a lot more quickly. Yes, they're able to get that pick off onto the spike carrier, but also just not understanding where their gaps are on a rotates back from the side of Catface. Spooky had just 3 instant, easy one-by-one peaks here that just didn't allow for Catface to salvage and get any good value off their eco. That said, though, breaking this Aldron will be super important. Now Elaborate.
Just Fury to maybe clear up the site, but Elaborate goes unaffected, but this Neon may have slipped past their defenses, and that's how Carly is able to get the punish and a setup for a plant. Mask will maintain the pressure as Catface aren't able to get good enough eyes, but just knowing that Bell is close enough, start the flood. Let's see if there's a garage position that could be taken here. Sekia wants to head that direction, is already causing havoc and disruption, but Blue Owl is shut down, and with the Killjoy ult, Catface are not going to be allowed much space. There is an edge to play behind, but if anything, that's exactly where Mask want you to stand at. Catface have broken their way in, but I'm running out of time, and Sober Sushi on the back end just crunches down on Catface.
Yeah, so far, Catface are getting their ankles broken too, and it's hard. I have to respect it. Now I understand why Elaborate is trying to play a little bit more aggressive, because you are definitely trying to get ahead and around the util that Masks currently has here in this double controller setup. That example that we just saw on Elaborate play on the top of the boxes is the prime example as to why it's so difficult to play you know, a chamber op or even a jet op or any of the oppers against the double controller. That's what the guard defined back in 2024, even 2023, should I say, before going into 2024, why they actually played double controller. It slices out so many different areas that doesn't allow an op to get good value because you're watching a literal wall. But now on top of that, the value that the Neon also brings in terms of an extra set of walls while being very mobile across the map does not give a chance here for an op like Elaborate to get strong value if you're not trying to play aggressive in front of the util. So in both cases, Elaborate's been tested, and in both cases, they've unfortunately failed, which is why now the timeout has to adapt a little bit more into maybe more than just the Elaborate line of sight to try to get some map control, but more on Raven and Sekia this time around.
A lot of rounds in a row too. Mask going on a absolute tear now. And if anything, it's just the out macro. Like, as soon as they get discovered, their pivot plan, they just out rotate Catface and catch them on rotations and somehow end up behind them. It's a lot of confidence for a team that haven't been put in this situation, at least often, as many times as Catface have. Sheriffs across the board, -1 classic for Catface. It's these type of walkdowns that they've gone for, but usually at the seaside they haven't benefited from. But this could be a different approach. It's been completely silent today.
Toxins
At least in the early round. See if they can disrupt the spawn like Catface have tried to do before on these lower buys. As Logic forces movement and action right into their grasp as the paranoia, you know there's more at stake. There's more around the corner, and a counter paranoia. The barrel is there, and Sekia's too scared to swing. Oh, and this is greedy and wanted more. Just couldn't land the second shot. And only one will fall for the Mask side.
Very nice try in terms of the bait and switch to try to get those picks. I like the idea because Masked Secret so far has been always leveraging Alarm Bot from Spooky on the left side, Turret on the boxes, and not putting too much on the A side because it's just Logic's responsibility. And I think as you keep slow defaulting for mid control instead of the extremities for the side of Mask, there are gaps that could be identified here by Catface that could be taken advantage of, but it's not happening. They're not pushing towards the A main still. Just want to fight toe to toe.
Here we go.
Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Fell as a victim of all that. I thought they were about to go crazy. The teamwork between Sekia and Raven to bail each other out is next level. Now the first pick goes their way. Another double walk down from Catface towards spawn. So Mask is still going to make the most out of it. They open up the pit, the middle of the map, and the sky's the limit. They just 2v1 every duel, and Mask salvage the round.
Should have been some smoke, something to delay on the other angles that they've lost control of in the first place. So good on Masked Secret to just up the tempo on the space that they've lost in Garage in the first place. Again, the walk up, the punish, catching players off the rotate for Catface. I'm definitely seeing it here. The 1-4 record for Masked Secret doesn't show to me that they've been struggling too much on this time against Catface. Why did you lose 113 against a team like St. Honors? I'm not too sure, but they're looking really good right now.
I'm pissed.
They are. First blood, Catface. Oh, when it rains, it pours, and now you just want to keep the op at this point. Sekia gets the last laugh. She got her one, but Mask have strung up 6 rounds in a row. This is their map pick, so you know they were going to come in confident. But for them to just know how to pivot so quickly when things don't go their way initially, that's happened time and time again. And I wonder at what point do Catface give up these walkdowns, because it gives up so much map control. They have to, when they go down C main, it takes a lot more time to get back into B or wherever else, because Mask just go to the opposite end where these walkdowns happen.
Just change the plan, put your Omen on the C site, opt towards the top of B. You could stall as well as you can and just start farming the orbs of Sekia, as is Phoenix over on the A side when it's not being pressured. Just get everything into your favor to try to win rounds this time around too, if you're not being able to close out and lock down your lanes.
Oh, surprise. No more Logic for Mask. Another first blood for Catface. Now just going back to a more standard default. And now knowing that they can easily converge into B, they'll keep eyes on it. Now the ball is in Mask's court, and hey, knowing where the op is half the battle, but Fel does not seem to care. It's just gonna face the music head on, speed into this chamber space, but there's assistance. There's reinforcements. Raven goes 1-for-1, and Mask will still infiltrate into the site. There is a bit of a delay with this spike carrier wanting to fight as well. But now you're worried about Catface having control around the spike, but Mask find their way behind the defense again.
Yeah, there's nothing to really do at this point, unfortunately. I think right now the macro that they had for Catface was phenomenal. They had the great spots and did the perfect punish onto Logic. And when you force players to move in towards that C funnel, you need to land the shots. At the end of the day, you just have to land your shots. Elaborate had a great start for the pistol round, but how many op shots did we hear on that side for the last 2 rounds over on C? But not seeing the icon pop up on the right side. I think the adaptation now is to have to put Elaborate in a spot where they can feel a little more comfortable, because you now have players that can just walk into your crosshair instead of the obvious jump spot, whip the shot, take the punishment. You know what I mean? They're right now for Mask, they could just keep punishing the C site if they want to, just because Elaborate's not hitting shots.
Gotta go. Every time Catface get a first blood, Mask just double it and give it to the next person. Like, what's with these first bloods not giving huge advantages? Catface are pushing their luck, and Mask are just really resilient through the storms.
Scanning ahead.
Toxins going up.
Are you in here to TP from Logic's position? Keep Elaborate on. I mean, there you go. You're just trying to win duels and shots at this point. Maybe Sig could get something as here's a rotate.
Last player standing.
Not like the drive-by.
Just losing duels right now at this point. Yeah, Mask could just play with confidence in this whole first map, and you might have to think about a stronger second half for Catface here.
This was the same sort of warm-up map that we saw that even C9 needed on their map pick of Lotus. Another kind of 3-site chaotic situation. You're in a very high-pressure, high-stakes situation, and you had to pull through. And Catface having to adjust their game plan on the fly. The timeout is not netting them any big wins. Now it's just players needing to kind of lock in individually, like you said. Because Mask, you're first picking them, but then they just run you over by outnumbering your solo positions around the map.
And just unfortunately, every time we're looking at the setup once again here from Catface, there's no real changes going into, right? So continuous extremities from the Sova and the chamber. How to react through this? Now you'll have to have Lunafox playing soft side once again, and hopefully you have a running back for the retake that will help out this time around.
Oh, Lunafox discovered, managed to get back, and okay, Fel kind of showing off where they are. Same situation for Lunafox. Gonna go for the drone first, and it's kind of a little bit hectic, not having a lot of time to do so. But a pit and a lockdown invested seems a little overkill. But what we'll maintain is the pit after all is said and done. Catface coming in through 3 different angles, now converging. The skies are clear, but Sober Sushi seems to be able to take care of business all by themselves. The second kill for the Initiator. And Mask just hold down their pit until it's Spooky versus Sekia. The ace against the Phoenix, and it's Mask that still come out on top.
Yeah, Spooky has been doing an excellent job so far in terms of lurk timing, support cast for the side of Mask. Because twice now that MEOW finally has guns to work with, that they're trying to retake the site so far, it's been forced-handed by the lockdowns of Spooky. And then everybody's making mistakes at the same time. Spooky now has to play a 1v1 and then wins that one as well. I mean, this has been just surgical so far for Mask Secret in this first half. No money to work with really on the last round for Catface. Desperate play to just try to get information in Hunter's Fury on the A side, but nobody can support Elaborate once again.
A taste of your own medicine. Hunter's Fury trying to find the gap as Catface hoping to maintain this, but the gap is pretty large between the 2 teams. But Catface will try to make this a little less painful. 3v1. finally having everyone at the right place at the right time to reinforce C, which has been one of the weaker points of Catface's defense. Last round of the half, Sober Sushi, Yuto hits their mark, and it's a 9-3 half for Mask.
All right, nice of them to find a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel for Catface in the last round. Like I said, we needed some support for the side of Elaborate, and as the TP towards that back of the side, I thought they were dead to rights pretty much once again. As you saw Mask really encroaching onto the C side, but what really helped them stay alive was the help from Sekia. From the garage, blaze wall, big flashes, can't commit for the side of Mask, and now finally Catface are able to string or muster up at least a third round. No rounds being strung ever since their first gun round of this half, and now I have to think about the pistol here. Got lots of delays by both stallers playing over on the C site for Mask, and that's where Catface will decide to go to start.
See if Mask can run away with this map. Definitely looking like the case, just even from a mechanical to a macro perspective, but this is that much needed mental, wow, that's the mental reset, that's a brain blaster even, Logic. Clearly hit the aim trainer before. Ace opportunity, Mask. Just have to hunt down Elaborate. 30 HP, making the call. Here comes Logic. Here's the bait switch and the Logic ace for Mask, and the second ace for this team, by the way. Spooky has the other, and this is pretty insane.
Yeah, a very nice piss round by Logic. I just love how the gong just rang in my ears. Like, that's super clean. Bong bong, a little bit of a wait. One tap again. Just very, very nice shots coming in. What can you really do at this point? Now Logic is already halfway into their ult to get into a Phantom in this round as well. I mean, now I can really say, let's think about Summon. There's no trades of maps this time around.
It's just not the time to have an off day. Not when main event, GCC stakes are at risk. It's a Catface squad that have been through thick and thin, and maybe it's just about going to your map pick to really cement yourselves in the series. Because Mask are also just some fraggers, man. Like, these shots are so clean. But how about this trap play? Carly waiting for the right time, and that step will signal it. A paranoia right through the masses. And Raven comes out with 2 to at least help the team still advance, not make it a complete massacre, but still a pretty heavy deficit for this Catface squad.
You have a 2-weapon upgrades, 2 on Spectres. Thankfully, Logic, because the Ace has a Phantom, so I like that you're staying as a group for Mask. It'll still be difficult for the 2 duelists on the side of Catface to get it done, especially as they're a little bit separate, not watching each other's backs for trades. It'll be 2 individual 3v1s for Mask to take.
Wall comes out. Oh, you just heard step, and that's where push comes to shove, and the rest are escaping. And Mask get the defuse and also the anti-eco, so real chance for Catface to make the most out of a situation that got pretty dire. And it was a good effort for Raven, but this is Mask getting to the finish line with a lot of insurance rounds if this next buy-up doesn't go their way.
Yeah, especially with the kill and defuse, so Logic is 2 pips away from an ult. The bonus round should be very strong as well. If you're looking at it, 2 Spectres still available, Phantom still available.
Placing swamp grenade.
Against the full rifle round of Catface, where they're not really looking like they're desperate to try to get around on their side. They're looking to slow things down still in this round. Just going to make sure that you're playing the basic stuff. So recon to try to get some value into sewers. Elaborate, that's their responsibility to try to go for a pick over on the A side, but very far away from just trying to find their timing.
Just gotta take your time and work through your fundamentals. Is Catface not seeing much in garage, not seeing anything from an open-ended B, but Carly is gonna test the waters, and Elaborate is found.
And that's one of the weakest weapons that you have for the side of Mask. Abandoned. 2 insta headshots.
At least there's a response, and it's not an upgrade for Mask. Getting that kill towards spawn. So Catface setting up camp at B with a smoke behind them. And how much will they extend out towards A?
Planted.
To hunt down these A defenders. But Mask really do love to go on these flanks. And kind of really make you think. Expect the unexpected from this team. It's now coming in through the left side, through main.
There.
A lot rides on Blue Owl to stand against this. And okay, it's just Lunafox get 4 in the blink of an eye. What the heck?
Yeah, I mean, it's simple at this point. They've cleared out the A lane. There's been no pressure on that side from the Mask side. Or, yeah, and then it just becomes a little bit easier for them to play that post-plant scenario and maybe a little bit of room to breathe for the side of Catface. Everything was well read. Everything was planted for the A link once they clear out on that side for Catface. Then you just set up the crossfire setup. You gotta give props as well to Raven to be useful to break that recon guard back into the B site to give that opportunity for Catface to have a strong play. Speaking of strong plays, here's a push into the choke.
Not the immediate trap play. It's Blue Owl getting proactive, and you still have to work your way front to back. But
down A.
also, Sober Sushi puts you on your back. That was a huge double kill to dwindle down Catface to now a 2 versus 2. At least you still have Blue Owl, who made such a splash over in sewers, and will have a paranoia for this upcoming retake.
Playing against the 2 high fraggers on the side of Mask, though. Very hard matchup to take. They're gonna try to gamble to plant the spike to flip the map.
Coming through.
Interesting call.
Push past the smoke and you just eat the barrel of logic. I guess doesn't have to think too hard about how the kills are coming in. This is match point for Mask, and not a scoreline I was expecting at all.
Yeah, me neither. With how that round panned out 2 rounds ago, and you had what, 3 players flanking all the way from spawn and C site into the front B, and they all got mowed down by Lunafox. So the call there for Catface was thinking that it was going to be 2 other flankers once again, and that's the unfortunate when you're looking at how the round went through and already losing Elaborate. There's no real information to know if there's players actually flanking in the first place. So they go for the gamble play, try to push out towards that spawn, get punished in.
Welcome to my world.
Okay. There. I like that Catface. They're trying to play some more aggressive A approach, just being ready to scrap it out in that A lobby, but unfortunate for Raven is not able to make entry. Also, the Owl drone marking Carly is something for Catface to work off of, but it's so hard to dislodge Carly. We're walking into a paranoia, and the elaborate alert is not gonna bear any fruit on that side of things, but hey, the clutch power could be important here for Catface. Getting around these boxes, you gotta deal with Carly, and so they do. High fraggers from Spooky and Logic could end it for Mask. The 1v1. Sekia has a lot riding on her shoulders to save the team, as it was already an uphill battle losing Raven so early. Now you don't want to overthink your rotations. Heard the drop. Half of the spike, and all the thinking's done for you. Red Bull clutch for Sekia.
Yeah, everything was there for Sekia to win that 1v1. Full pit still available. Let's run it back. I thought just in case you might want to use a run it back and straight into the spawn to see where your opponents could be at, because you know that Logic already placed the pit over on the C side, and it took a while before the pit actually went down. So we give a chance here for Sekia to get some information and try to secure that round, but great on her to gamble that push back towards that spawn again, reads it correctly at the end, and allows here for the 1v1 to happen in her favor.
Here we go.
All right, fellas, is done. Clearly not paid hourly. They're just on the first blood, knocking out Catface without a trade, 37 HP, and not dying. Now that's plot armor.
Yeah, they're hit by everything, and yet still got to kill while paranoid. It's crazy.
Okay, oh, Logic 2 HP. I mean, how many Guardian Angels are on this defensive squad? A stray bullet. Now Catface have able to even things up a bit, considering, you know, they have way better weapons. Mask, though, they have good positions. Garage to the top of the site.
Deploying drone.
Owl drone if they want to take things slow, but initiating on that front is Luna Fox. Oh!
Oh my god.
Just spamming through the smoke is netting some good kills. The lockdown's being invested. Mask want to win it out here. And Luna Fox is not wants to peek as the garage gets opened up. And there it is. Catface will force another round.
I mean, I understand instant headshot, taking Blue Owl down to 11 HP, lockdown to force some players out, and they've been shooting. They've been shooting so far throughout this whole game for Mask. And you had the players that are fragging at the top of the scoreboard still alive in that scenario, so why not? If worst comes to worst, Spooky gets another ult in like 3 rounds, and they're still at map point no matter what this time around. They're hoping here that Elaborate has a chance here to get a pick with this Tour de Force.
Scanning ahead.
Still.
You need to build confidence here, Lemon.
Yeah, they're riding on the edge of defeat and a marathon. Mask playing at short, fell, testing. Catface are ready. The aggression now dissipates, and Catface looks to absorb the space, and a big double for Blue Owl. And the rest just run through A, and Mask not looking like a round to win off of.
Spike planted.
We were a little bit preemptive too by throwing up the run it back from Sekia. You can definitely see that they're feeling that pressure on that side. But thankfully they still commit and are able to open up that site. Delay it well enough too from the run it back to allow the openers to happen on the long A side. And I talked about it. You needed some value coming out from the ult on the side of Elaborate just to build a little bit of that confidence. Instant shot in the front of the A entrance and allows here for Catface to have a little bit of room to breathe. I'm not really gonna give them or think of any hope yet that Catface can really come back in this game. But if they could cancel out the next cycle here of Sober Sushi and Spooky's next ult, I might start believing after.
Okay. On the edge of your seat and go to the next round. Those two keeping their weapons. So Mask. It's only been 3 rounds in a row. Okay, let's figure out how to put a bow on this map. And went away from the Hunter's Fury. Mask have gotten a lot of A main space. They just have to fight back against Catface, who are getting a lot more confident on their approaches on that right side.
Good at least though in terms of confidence for the side of Catface that Mask is forcing out a timeout. So you're starting to see here that you are starting to feel a little bit of that pressure despite Catface losing what 9 rounds in a row when they were playing their defensive side. Now on the attack though, as we were talking about it, right? The amount of ults that had to be utilized on that previous round just to win for the side of Catface and not really having it available for quite a while in terms of the ults from Elaborate. They really need to make sure that they cancel out the timeout from Mask, and also, like I said, the next cycle of ults from Sober Sushi, and Spooky.
2 aces on Mask Treasure's side is still like so much firepower on that side. Like they've just been running this map. So now you're kind of worried for Catface. Very worried, I would say. When now there's a timeout, there's so much to overthink. What is going to change from the Mask Treasure side, and can you adapt within the round to what Mask are going to throw at you? Really what Catface could be throwing at you as well, as it's a full infiltration into B. You teleport Blue Owl in and still could not get the one. Disrupt this defense enough for the rest of Catface to flood in. But Raven just gets a random pick. So now the odds are even.
We'll take those, I guess. Right now, with the amount of util that was being thrown back on the side of Mask, the fact that you still had Blue Owl TP inside there was crazy. But you had to find that info. Realize here that C-side could be open.
And speaking of info, big moment for Sekia, who's not going to be pushing towards spawn, but rather try to maybe backstab players getting into garage, which is an important point of retake for Mask. Patience here important, but Spooky reads Sekia like a book. Just making sure that every gap is covered. Now MVSK have the numbers. Can they get the win on the map? And Raven goes out without that roar. The ult canceled immediately. MVSK 4 versus 1. Just feeling like they gotta get on the defuse. And that's all she wrote for map number 1. And in pretty convincing fashion, 13-7.
Not mistaken too, that was a lower buy that we have for MVSK that they converted over on their side as well. So great job on MVSK to just fully control here. Haven overall, like I said, it didn't look like they had the best of results so far for this team. I think they only had like a 14% win attack win rate, and somehow just made everything work on their attack side this time around here against a team like Catface, who, as we mentioned, Lemon Kiwi, such a good team going into this matchup, yet unfortunately just fully dissected.
Yeah, just some of their game plans earlier on of these walkdowns not bearing any big opportunities, any big picks, and a lot of the times they did get first bloods. Just MVSK Treasure just doubled it. Is incredible to see, just firepower winning out. And MVSK Treasure, they win their map pick, and up next we have Summit chosen here by Catface, and we'll see if they can make a comeback, if they can lock in after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to Verizon Game Changers. We have a Mask Treasure, just that much closer to that treasure, which is getting to the main event. They're on series point against Catface. I know a big fan favorite when it comes to just how known these quantities are, but hey, I got stoked near the end of that map, Vantily, because I felt like Catface were starting to shoot back, so I got high hopes for Summit.
That's the only thing I think that I could take away from Catface when it comes down to how that map finished and how that map was played out. Because if it comes down to duels, where on Summit, which is going to be coming up next, the comp that they utilize is nothing but ways to take duels: an ISO, a jet, a chamber. And if your players are not shooting right now against a team like Mass so far, this should be an easy and fast 2-0. But you're right, there was some fight left for the side of Catface. But I also think there was a little bit of overconfidence coming out from Mask that allowed Catface to get a couple of rounds, especially with the amount of big flanks that they play without going for pincer maneuvers also for the side of Mask, which allowed for Catface to snowball a couple of rounds here on their attack side. But overall, there's definitely some players out here, Lemon Kiwi, that they have to try to find a way here, Catface that is, to shut down these players like Spooky and Logic.
And for the first kills to be even, 10-10, like I said before the break, there were so many rounds that Catface had a first blood. And it wasn't off of like an immediate trade from Mask. They just moved to another point of the map, and Catface didn't get a read on it, and they would get multi-killed by a lot of the fraggers on Mask's side, whether it's Logic or Spooky, that got aces of their own. So it was really impressive to see kind of this new generation of GC talent kind of really rattle some cages.
Yeah, and I think when you're looking at a team like Mask, with the width they're fragging so far, the inserts that they're getting as well, I just feel that they're playing this in a style that influences them from the VCTs, kind of like an Envy type of style, I like to say, just on the individual timings that you're trying to get as well. For Spooky, not really focusing on what util is being used on the other side. It's like, well, if nothing's being used towards this B main, I'm going to try my hand and just explore it in that spot without having my team really try to force or rotate and create an opener and a gap for me to try to exploit. And I think this might be similar going into Summit as well, if they're going into the similar comp that they like to play, which is the Envy comp, right? So like the Demon one that we saw here on the chamber, just owning it up. They play a Sage as well, which is like what Rossi does. And that could allow here a team like Mask to just be very aggressive. And if you think about Summit that we just previously witnessed before from C9, where they leverage, for example, the Deadlock, the Sage does the exact same thing.
And Catface, this was a map they've picked before and usually had success, but against Sen Otters, they lost 13-6, so they're still feeling very confident about their approach. It's just Catface needing to have a stronger attacking side. And I think they were able to go more even on their defensive side, but it's Catface that have clearly done the work to feel better about their Summit approach, that they're willing to pick it again. But like you said, if it's off of a lot of pick potential, I really want to see Catface lock in, which I felt like Raven definitely started to heat up there at the end. You just wish that they had more insurance rounds, a bit more wiggle room to work through the post timeout of Mask.
Yeah, going into Summit 2, where Catface had a little bit of a struggle with his composition against Sen Otters, was because of the comp here that Sen was using. Having a Cypher in there just really doesn't allow for you to really flood in with just guns out, zero util into the sites, right? So I think a lot of big win cons for the side of Catface to try to bring this back on their side is just to make sure this time around too that Raven moves in first with the team, and that the rest of the team could trade off with her. Because if it comes down to that, where you have that slight split second to readjust your aim and go for the instant trade, I think you're going to start seeing that confidence get built back up slowly on the side of Catface. And thankfully too, going into the series, because they've lost that first map of Haven, it wasn't their map pick, so maybe a throwaway map. Focus now on what you're strong at here, and hopefully as well, when it comes down to knowing the map and getting good value out of it and getting good results out of it, somebody like Elaborate could have more value as well on defense.
An important thing to note that Sekia is replacing Kestrel, or like substituting, where Kestrel did play the Jet on this map previously, so Sekia's jumping in those shoes as that flex player that can play anything. And she's also such a positive like person to have on the team. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that girl upset, and met her in person, like, been at the LAN stage. So this is someone that could really keep the team composed and kind of just forget that map 1 ever happened, because now you just have to ride it out from here on out. And I think behind Seki kind of substituting in, it's kind of a tough situation to be in, but she Catface had pulled through worse before, so we'll see if the confidence has come back at all, because Mask Secret definitely had a very commanding first win.
So the also ever important pistol round underway between both Catface and Mask Secret. This is a chance here for Catface to start the snowball on their side and to push this onto Lotus if it goes down to that. Another map here that is a strong map for Catface. For Mask, can they actually thwart down this whole ISO jet that they probably have zero practice against? So hopefully they have a chance to just duel it back against them as they start off into a strong lead on B to start. So trying to get the insert on to Logic down that line and try to go for a pick there.
And it was Catface that actually set the tone of the whole map of Haven with that first pistol. But it was maintaining that. That was a whole different ball game. Now you have the stack. Elaborate. Expecting that big step up. You have more reps under the chamber, and you got a lot of bullets in the chamber too. Sekia will add to that. And Mask are not liking what they see it be.
The high-low was perfect, but the thing is there's an over-rotate from Catface that now Carly takes advantage of. And you see how so passively and timidly they're currently playing for Catface. You have Blue L watching all the way back towards that spawn. That's a gap right now for Mask to be able to take and try to get the plant towards A.
Big backstab chance. Carly's not going to fully infiltrate behind. And this is that kind of macro that Catface left some gaps on Haven, which then Mask were able to come up from behind. So gate is shut and Catface know what's up, and Carly has a chance for cutoff opportunities, and she confirms one onto Luna Fox. That's a problem that Catface seem to want to address right now.
Carly was just trying to stay alive for a bit too, but with her falling to Elaborate, this gives a chance right now for Catface to start activating a little bit more quickly for the A site retake.
I wonder who's at the door. Now waiting patiently. Spooky. Okay, that's a lot coming their way. And Sober Sushi just uses the teammate as bait. Spooky dodges the paranoia. Knows the Omen's on the left, another on the right. Spike being tapped, but Spooky just gonna now check it, but gets baited.
One enemy
you just have this chess match. Now it's just a hail of bullets to stop Catface. This gets them off the Spike defuse, and now there's no time, so
clutch.
Ends up being just barely a clutch by 0.98. Red Bull clutch at that for Masked Treasure to get the pistol.
A huge clutch coming through as well. As we mentioned, it was a 2 versus 3. Catface, what they're trying to do there at that point, you saw players pull back from the sage wall just to try to group up with Elaborate to take down Carly. And as Carly instantly dies trying to rotate back to meet up with her teammates, that gave a chance there for Catface to start moving in and encroaching into the A site. But there's just good util, good smart plays coming out from Sober Sushi, from Spooky as well, to just continue to get Catface off the defuse. And Mask wins that pistol round that I said was so needed for the side of Catface to start building that confidence.
And that got so close. A last 1v1 and a defuse that could have slipped through if it wasn't for that haunt. So quick check, quick shot. Now it's Logic on the board. Catface looking to punish, and the plot armor shattered. The teamwork still gets the kill in the trade on Logic. So Mask shut the door and now get going. Planet A. Watching over this is Luna Fox. Just for the Sheriff, hoping to just get the 1, and all of Mask are committed to evicting this initiator. And the trades continue to go Mask Treasure's way.
Trolled themselves too by just forcing through their own slow orb, but still works out. 3 versus 3, still has better weapons and also HP.
Opponent.
Okay,
One enemy remaining.
Still clearing through where Masked Treasure were holding. Now it's Raven and just 22 HP, so you're not doing that in a 1v3. But still, really good team effort for Mask. Just every time they know where a target is, they have information. It's like they smell blood in the water and they just advance as a pack. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, the good news though is from a pistol round to an eco,
That's a good spot.
everybody from Catface is on the board. So when we talked about the lack of shooting that was not present here on the first map of Haven, it's at least there from the defensive side of Summit, who now has Elaborate about to get run down by Mask. Lots of pings. This is going to be a fast execute towards this B site.
On Elaborate, when you don't have a Cypher to necessarily slow this down, you just do so, and Elaborate has been so good at the picks alongside Sekia. This has been a really reinforced part of the map, but Mask just get by with just neon walls. You got a drive-by that forces teleport out, and Elaborate just gets read like a book. Mask are just on top of it. Really good back row to just get into the site. Now Catface have to re-clear through. Sekia fell back, not able to bail out Elaborate. Holding their bases is Mask. Every entryway being watched, every duel being won. And the ISO wall was just not enough to get any space for this team. But Sekia against the world, I mean, you got 2 kills, but yeah, 4 HP. Not great at math, but it's not looking great.
It's about a 0.67 chances to win the round.
Oh, thanks.
And that's why Sekia is going to fall back and save. But I got to say, the preparation for Mask Secret going into this game, I think the prep is there. And the way that they executed towards that site was actually quite clean. Not only are you using fast lanes to prevent any good value from the trademark from Elaborate, they also swerve around the back of the B site so that they force the TP off Elaborate on the top of the closing door, and they never close the door in the first place, so they can just fully punish any type of position Elaborate's trying to take. So a solo B site hold on a chamber is not going to work out if you're not breaking that door on the defensive side. And if you're forced to do that just to try to give yourself a better chance for a chamber, it just makes it so much harder for you to play the retake later on when you don't have that door to work with on that retake. So I like this from Mask. Great punishment so far. And for them to be able to convert a bonus round too is going to continue to make it a huge uphill battle for Catface in the first half.
Maybe it's going to be about sort of trying to disrespect these smokes and just spamming through, because that's how Mask kind of broke your line of sight and had you guessing where it was too late. But I mean, Spooky's so fearless too, just like kind of running out into the open, taking that duel against Elaborate, who just immediately teleported out, as you said. So Mask are running the game pretty flawlessly so far. Catface will take a back seat, but Paranoia right through this neon. Will Humble fell for a second. Moment for this Bucky to shine, and Bell just works their way past it, literally. And Mask, exactly what they wanted out of the site. Doubling now the numbers. Now leaving Elaborate all on their own.
Yeah, that was a moment of buckshot versus birdshot.
Planted.
Unfortunately, it was birdshots in that Bucky that didn't do any damage whatsoever onto Fell, who just slid under all those pellets. And yeah, you tried to stack as much as you could, but just leveraging Fell as a selfless player to slide to get info for the team too, as that second piece of util if the haunt doesn't get value is quite nice. Allows for the team to follow behind that and to secure the A-side post plant. Now we're finally seeing the op come out from Elaborate too, but like I said, this is where the shots need to land and for them to find the confidence early. You get pushed away though by a Prowler, which is why I was gonna say they needed Sekia to be out there to bring a Prowler. Yet somehow you still get an op kill. Okay, I'm just gonna watch this game.
I mean, we just kind of watched that up too. I thought for sure that jump spot would have seen it, but Spooky is that person that just like wide swings and says, "Come at me, bro." Like, and I've loved that from them so far. And just like that, a first blood just doesn't matter for Catface. Mask always have an answer, and now they have an ult. A Nightfall right onto the defense. Blue Owl tries to take their duel and leaves Raven to fend for themselves at 25 HP. And at every step, Mask outnumber and outgun Catface, which now you have an op to try and retake. At least now the spike gets planted, so you have time to work with.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, even through the teleport is crazy.
Oh man, they should have saved. They should have saved. Keep the op for the next round. This is just unfortunately, a little frustrating to watch from both sides. I think there's a little bit of overconfidence and just too much desperate measures being thrown from both sides. I like to say overconfidence because what should have been the better play for the B main control was simple Prowler, push the off back, yet somehow Sekia is not there to break the Prowler to just insert Elaborate, and you still want to watch it from Spooky and get picked off. Then because there was that pressure happening on that side, there was no mid control from Catface, which allowed for Mass to just pivot back, walk up on the A-Link, and have so much value off the Nightfall, and not give a chance here for Catface to retake from the B side to A. Yet they still wanted to go for the retake and lose their weapons. And
you want to play? Let's play.
I wonder when this timeout's gonna happen too from Catface. I would imagine it would happen here, maybe the next round. I don't even think they used both timeouts last map, unless I just missed it and kind of wrote off the map. But Catface, you can't lose hope yet. 5 rounds is not out of reach. Here's Carly. No, that was looking like a 1v2, and back and forth we go on a lot of pistols on the Catface side. So for the round to be this close is really nice to see.
Surprised that we're still moving into where the weapons were lost and could be picked up here by Blue Owls. So going back into the rifle where B site technically should be weaker. You've already identified the op on the top and middle. It almost feels like you're trying to put logic against Elaborate for this round, and just to play the buddy system and try to shut down Blue Owl with this Phantom over on A.
I'm just looking for a stall opportunity when you can just throw Paranoia through the choke. 30 sense an issue with a nice shot from Logic. Now upping up the tempo. Fell hungry as the Hunter's Fury is trying to chase down this Neon. Kill confirmed from Lunafox, but also your last known position known. Mask Treasure can save face in this round by here just waiting out the approach. You know where Lunafox is? Do you feed the beast? Of course you do. Mask are untouchable on Summit.
Man, the fact that Lunafox tried to utilize the Hunter's Fury too to just try to secure the round. Like I said, just desperate measures coming out from Catface so far. I guess because Elaborate had a little bit of value with the operator, but I think it was just off-timed a little bit when Elaborate lost their fight against Logic too. That's just unfortunate. Focused. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the fact that Logic just decided to half peek with the barrel of the gun coming out to force a shot out of Elaborate and then capitalize on the capital.
Cosmic Divide sealing the fate of Sekia. First victim and no one that can stop this Logic off. First Blood's reign in favor of Mask. Now crossing that threshold is Lunafox.
It's you and
themselves. Okay, kill contract. Raven versus Fell. Two duelists, only one will fall, and Fell even beats Raven at her own game. It's not looking good for Catface this round. Lunafox has gotten 3, but it's really to force these repurchases, which at the win streak that we're at, I'm not too worried about the Basque economy.
Yeah, just unfortunate too that nobody could trade off a Fell coming out of the kill contract because you had no information of where the pick came from, where the capture was at. And even on top of that, Lunafox is trying her darndest so far in this game. From Hunter's Fury into a 3-piece, only putting herself at 5 kills throughout this half. But I mean, the rest of the team is definitely not there to get into the fight as a unit. They gotta change their setups again. I feel like I'm, again, broken record from first map to second. It's not working, we're still trying the same setups. It's not working, we're still trying to put the chamber up on the side. We gotta change some stuff around here.
All right, Raven hitting her shot is pretty nice, but Mask always have an answer. They pick up the phone and Catface on the other side. Oh, Sekia just gets annihilated. So Mask are sitting pretty at the B site. Every site has been theirs for the taking. Post plant every step of the way. Raven versus Blue Owl. Is a Paranoia available? Crossing through this threshold is not easy, man. But it's just the headshots are so clean from Mask. and it's you don't have a chance to even get a spray. You don't even have a chance to shoot back.
For us this time.
That's the main thing, not a chance to shoot back at all. All of them finding moments. We talked about the first map where Logic and Spooky were kind of unstoppable, but this time there's been a lot coming through from Fell's attack side that's been a pain to deal with from the side of Catface. And now finally we're getting a change of positioning for a bit here. Taking a little bit more mid control with Elaborate so they can play a 2-1-2. I could respect that. That might give a chance here for a first blood, give up mid control, but still play power of numbers. That's a leg shot, unfortunately, though. And a reheal.
Mask have not been forced to use the res either. Eventually the rounds swing in their way. Hasn't been too hectic. The op shots are definitely hitting for Logic. This is a player everyone has to watch out for if this team makes it to the main event, which we're trending that direction so far. On the flank, I'm looking what Sekia can accomplish here for Catface.
Taking that back.
Try to punish Logic, who maybe wants to join the flock at a site eventually. But you're only going to get one chance to shoot Logic before they just teleport out.
And you're going to re-clear B main. If you're going to re-clear B main, they have a good read of where Catface is currently playing. Yeah, look at that. Fell's already moving forward.
Lucky opportunity for Sekia, catching Fell looking the other way, checking the corner. Now Mask to try to huddle down, but Elaborate. Okay, the op is alive and well. Can make contact here with Spooky. Who is not going to see one time to res, but now that the op is removed, you don't need to res. 3v1. Another day at the office. Sekia has tried to live as deep into the round as she could, but Logic is just next level. 3 with the op. Unpunished.
I gotta respect what Catface is trying to do there too. We talked about a 2-1-2 setup. You lose mid control, so after you lose mid control and it was a jump spot, you know that it's what, the neon that jumped. You've also identified there was smoke coming through, so lots of pressure towards middle. So they tried to activate on the extremities, but just over committing on that push and not paying attention to potential
Bonne chance, mes amis.
lurk watchers being Logic, and Lunafox falls right into the control of the A main. So now the gaps are there on middle. You can't really retake towards sites. Just good stuff going in from Mask so far.
You have what, like a triple high-low, double high-low, and Elaborate gets dropped, and Mask continue to make Summit their playground despite this being Catface's map pick. Fell the tip of the spear. Watching the approach, paranoid, and back to cover they go. Catface keeps playing with their food and even through the shield. Fell is just a laser. 3 in that skirmish. 10 unanswered rounds from Mask. This just feels like the beginning of the end of Catface.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think what they could really do here for Catface now at round number 11. How can you really salvage any of these rounds so far where macro is not working, micro is not working, buddy systems? Actually, I think that's the only thing. I haven't seen true buddy systems coming out here yet. Sorry, from Catface. There's no like double fight. There's no trap play attempts. It's hard to do trap plays. I can understand because of this comp, but like, where's the undercut / dash down, try to get some picks? Try any desperate things that doesn't put you in these solo pushes. Elaborate walking out before the drone even comes through, just counting on the TP and just gets picked off. I'm just not liking what I'm seeing here.
This way. Especially with no timeout coming from Catface. My cope was that they were just rallying, and Lunafox is trying to rally, but she gets traded out every single time. Maskface, just headshot accuracy, it's so unforgiving to go up against. You make one slip up and Mask just pounce. And it's not even just always these solo opportunities. Mask are just better group. More united. Look, a high-low there that you walk into. It's hard to outthink this team.
Yeah, and you said it 20 seconds ago. Every time Lunafox gets picked, she gets instantly traded. Where is Catface where there's possibilities of getting instant trades? There's none. Like even if Elaborate was able to walk out and TP away and gets away safely, what true value can you really get when you're droning through, but your chamber is already peeking out to get information in the first place, right? There's no gun out to maybe even try to spray through a smoke or something like that. So I think there's lack of coordination, maybe just due to the frustration of how this defensive side has canned out for Catface. And it's not to their fault that these mistakes are happening. I could totally understand the frustration that nothing is really working on your defensive side, so everybody's really trying to go for hero plays, and it's just not working out. Now this is the last round of the half. The best thing you save so far is the operator. You got a leg shot, unfortunately, not even connecting onto a shot as well. And hopefully you can get your one. I think out of this, my copium here is that Mask has so much confidence that he's just gonna run it down and then just go right into the meat grinder.
And it's crazy how the chapters have been rewritten, or just the next chapters have changed. Because Catface, Mask Treasure, they face each other in a round 7, a last match situation GC1. Just logic on that original roster for Mask Treasure, but all of Catface minus Kestrel, who's subbed out right now, and Elaborate finally gets their one. All is forgiven. Mask Treasure.
It's you and me.
We finally got to use the res, but we get another kill contract, and Raven wins it. So just don't pull Fell, and maybe Raven we'll see more consistency there, because Fell is an absolute beast in this match.
Spike planted.
Be nice to punish Fell on these jump peaks. Here comes the ISO push, and here are these cutoffs just finding the gaps past and around the shield. As again, Fell 2 for 1. Talk about value from your duelist, and 12-0 half is so unheard of. I had just finished saying how competitive GC was, especially this stage, and for the names that exist in this lobby, this is just such an insane scoreline to see.
Awesome, it's your fault, Lemon Kiwi. You jinxed it.
Yeah, well, I said it was close, and I wanted it to be a blessing. I hope we got a close match. This is not how I wanted to see Catface go out.
Yeah, unfortunate there, but it is just to give more praise onto how well Mask is playing with confidence. Like I said, just running it down. We're trying to find their moments too on their attack side. Even the macro, I gotta say, like, they haven't been running the same thing every single round. Mid control works out. Distributed control works out. So this might be the final hurrah for Catface, who's trying to go for the 5-player hit over on A.
Recovering it.
Yep. Or Mask Secret, Mask Treasure, whatever it is. They're really seeing gold right now as Carly gets the 3rd. And 13-0 is all that matters. Mask go on to the end from Treasure to Secret. All that matters is that they're in playoffs. Oh, see? This is Treasure too.
It is Treasure. I don't even know anymore, man.
I don't even know either, man. I think I baited production.
That said, though, it is a nice move forward here from Mask Secret into the main event. I gotta say, though, this is a nice little series that we saw, a nice little 13-0 where, again, they looked very good going into the main event. So, as you've mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, for the first time for a lot of these players that haven't really made it into the main event, to go in this fashion, though, oh my God, this is gonna be looking like a good main event here.
Yeah, I think everyone now has to pay attention to this team because the firepower is insane. And kind of a nice turnaround for someone like Logic, who was in a round 7 on actual Mask Treasure, which I'm so sorry for messing that up, but on the actual Mask Treasure roster that now became Mask Secret, Logic was on a completely different team. Round 7, got beat by Catface, missed out on the main event in GC1, now is on this new iteration, and the secret is out. This team is goated.
There you go. So at least there we have a chance to finally talk to one of the winners over at Mask. So let's go for a quick break, and when we come back, the Verizon post-match interview with Carly.
Welcome back, everyone, to Verizon Game Changers. We have reached the end of the road for Swiss stage, and we get to just enjoy the stats. That was that 13-0. I'm sure they're going to look very, very good for Mask Secret, and they looked pretty damn good in this series overall. I was not expecting this perfect post plants across the board. That's insane.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, too. You talked about the end of the road here for the Swiss stage, but also the end of the road for Catface, who again kept making my head turn when I was watching the ISO plays and how they were so good at disrespecting their opponents with just pure gunfire, pure gunfights. And now today, this is what I've seen from Masked Secret, which is actually very nice to see. Like you mentioned it here, Lemon Kiwi, the evolution of teams, iterations of GC rosters, time and time from tournament to tournament. It's nice to see that there's still a little bit of an upgrade and more competition outside of like the top three, for example. And now you're looking at a team like Mask going into the playoffs, and with the recent roster changes of SRG, the recent changes and mix-up of Axolotl, for example, as well, GCC to make it into the top is actually up for grabs, in my opinion, for North America to try to make it the champs here.
Got so close for Mask to not make the main event. The past could have repeated itself, but they did all the preparation. You pointed out just how good their executions there were, even on not their map pick. And we have a very important person joining us. It's none other than Carly from Mask, our champions of today for our Verizon post-match interview. Hello, Carly. So nice to meet you. And man, people are going to get to know your name a lot more because this is your first time in like Swiss in a main event, right? How has that experience been for you?
Yes, so this is my first year in GC, so I've been having a lot of fun. Really happy that I made main event. It's just a great experience. I feel like throughout this year, I've definitely learned a lot playing with this team, and I'm just so grateful to have such amazing teammates that honestly, like, some people on our team, like, they've been here for a while, they're veterans of the scene, and just that they were playing with me of all people, where I'm like, I felt super honored and I felt like I learned a lot this season for sure. And it just feels really great for my first year to make main event. That's kind of crazy.
It is crazy. You talk about Game Changers that's been around since 2020. I like to say 2021 when it first started with the women's summer event, and then going into Game Changers, and then you're here in your first year toppling down the veterans of the scene that has been around for quite a long time. But to try to define that then, Carly, if this is your first time in GC, but you're also playing with a couple of veteran players here over at Mask, how did the prep come about? How did you integrate yourself to be comfortable to play your roles within this team? How much practice came about to get to this moment here as well?
We've put in so much work throughout the year. I think that's why it feels really good to have this win and to make main event. We put in a lot of time into scrims, VODs, servers, one-on-ones, and I think just you could really tell that everyone on our team just wants to get better. Necessarily for us, this whole Swiss stage, obviously we were some of the underdogs, and I think for us it wasn't, let's like see how many wins we get, let's see how far we can make. If anything, our goal every week is just, let's work on this, let's get better at this, and that's all we can ask for. It wasn't really about the win, it's just about the improvement at the end.
I would say 13-0 sounds like a pretty huge improvement, or just overall, that's as perfect as it gets. That summit was insane. And even just Haven, what were the comms like when someone like Spooky and Logic are getting aces? You guys must have went crazy for that.
Bro, we were screaming. We were, honestly, the whole day, like, was just so vibes. Like, we have Marie acing, we have Logic acing. Like, I'm sitting in the backpack the whole series. I'm just screaming, having a good time. I'm like, I'm enjoying this. Like, it was definitely huge, good vibes. And it was really nice to see everyone just have a great, like, last game of Swiss, I think.
Yeah, that's awesome. Actually, when you talk about the, amount of practice, VOD, scrims that goes into this, a 13-0 does not come unnoticed. But I've also noticed for one of the exits that you guys had, I think it was in your bonus round, where you actually tried to punish Elaborate and keep the door open to punish them off the chamber TP. Is that the type of preparation and even anti-stratting? How much prep goes into prepping against a team like Catface for today?
I think for us, we don't really do too many anti-strats. If anything, we have a very strong idea of how we want to play the game, and we like to stick to that. And it's more of, we've definitely gotten a lot better on just adjusting during the game, kind of seeing how the other team plays and just reacting to how they're playing, changing our kind of fundamentals, just adjusting it to theirs. And I think definitely just shout out Zeke and Casual, of course, literally the greatest coaches. We wouldn't have done it without them. I think they teach us new things every single day, and it just makes us improve and kind of open our eyes, like just learning more every day, which I think is just all you could ask for as a player, for sure.
Well, you guys definitely opened our eyes and everyone's eyes to the truth of just how good your team really can be when push comes to shove. And I know how much this probably means to Logic, who lost in that round 7 in GC1 to this Catface squad. And now clearly these are upgrades, but you're going up against some serious competition in playoffs like FlyQuest, Swimtrek, SRG, Spiders, Axolotl, Himmers, Cloud, or Sen Otters. Or no, Cloud9, sorry. Yeah. So yeah, there's just a lot of good teams. I know it's been a long day. Which team are you most looking forward to facing out of all those?
I hope we get to play Swimtrek. And we used to have Venture back then in our OQ4. True. I didn't get to play because I was gone, but I think just playing some familiar faces would be a lot of fun. Just the good competition, of course.
It's going to be an intense bracket, and we're looking forward to seeing all of you there. Y'all are fraggers, and it's so awesome to see you, especially your first main event, first year in GC. That is amazing for you, and thank you so much for the interview, Carly, and best of luck in playoffs.
Thank you. I hope to see you soon.
That's awesome.
I hope to see them again soon. That was insane. I gotta like dig through the history books, because do we even have have we ever had a 13-0 in Swiss GC this stage? Like that is dominance. Like I don't think so. Like,
I don't think I've had maybe like a Cloud9 white back then, or an SRG that continues to be dominant when they first like were the unstoppable team. But at least in recency, I'd like to think that this is probably one of the few ones, if not of this year. But I like what Carly was mentioning as well, to be able to play, and the team that they want to face off against is Swimtrek. Not only because of the Venture being an old teammate, but I also think at the same time because nobody's really eyeing for SRG as much anymore, because it almost feels like it's Swimtrek, the team that you want to beat this time around going into the main event, which again lays out the land perfectly going into the main event at the beginning of September, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to happen right after VCT America. So this is a fun one that I'm looking forward to see who actually could make it to the top and be our first representative here of North America at the GC Champs.
And Cloud9 GC and now Mask Secret join the other 6 teams to go for this playoff run. Only one GCC spot for the end of this winter, and so much on the line, whether it's Cloud9 wanting to face FlyQuest or Mask Secret wanting to face Swimtrek. There's a lot of rivalries and a more even playing field now that you have a more a nerfed SRG or just a different SRG. However you want to look at it, it's going to be a fun bracket. Hope you guys will join us on September 1st. That's when everything kicks off for Game Changers Verizon for playoffs. And Vansily and I and other amazing talent are going to be there. So thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you for playoffs.
Bye.